Good morning, everyone. It's so exciting to have you all here. Welcome to the ECC's second day of PDI 2023 under the theme, Transforming Education Through the Resilient Educator. Welcome to everyone who have also joined us online. My name is Carrie-Ann Thomas, and I will be your moderator for Track 2, Early Learning and Care. Thank you all for being here. Early childhood care and education refers to all programs for children between ages 0 to the start of primary education. Children reach milestones in how they play, learn, speak, behave, and move, like crawling, walking, or jumping. As children grow into early childhood, their world will begin to open up, and they will become more independent and begin to focus more on adults and children outside of the family. With that being said, let's take a look at what is on the program for today. So we'll start with the plenary session, and then we have concurrent workshops that begin at 11 a.m. and end at 5 p.m. We break for lunch at 12 and promptly return at 12:45. Today, we'll start with our plenary session, Why Play Matters. Our panelists are here with us. The panel facilitator, Professor Gail Hunter. Panelists, Mrs. Rachel Dulcine, Mrs. Mercedes Bonzi, Miss Stephanie Baker, and Mrs. Norda Seymour Hall. So, the description of why play matters. Young children naturally explore and learn many skills through play. Play is a fun and meaningful way to learn. It enables children to learn at their own level and pace while making connections. Play allows children opportunities to develop cognitive, physical, communication, and other skills. The panel discussion will allow panelists to reflect and share on elements of play and its importance in early childhood development. They will also share best practices on supporting children as they play and learn. Now, just some points to note. Remember, there is a register that is being circulated for the persons who are face-to-face with us. For the online persons, just remember to keep your questions going in the chat, and also reserve your questions for the end of the discussion. There will be an evaluation form that will be circulated for you to fill out and return to us. And for the persons online, you can use the link that is placed in the chat. All right, I now hand over to Ms. Gail Hunter.
Thank you so much for the introduction. We're delighted to be here as part of the panel, and to those that are online, we welcome you.
We welcome you. First of all, I think that the introduction to what play is was excellent, so thank you so much, Carrie-Ann. I'd like to just start with a quote. All children have the right to engage in play, and every child is an active and engaged learner who explores the world with their body, their mind, their senses, and our children are all capable, competent, and curious learners. So if we set the stage, they will learn. Children learn through play-based experiences. Those are quotes that are taken from the UN Convention of Rights on the Child and on the How Does Learning Happen, which is an Ontario early learning framework. So I'm not going to ask the question, what is play? Because I think you did an excellent job identifying it. So I'm going to jump into my first question for the panelists. And I asked the panelists to be succinct. It's really important that we are succinct because we are short on time. I want to ensure we have time for questions.
Okay.
So after reviewing the standards and the best practices, it was noticed that the focus was more on the 5 areas of development, which is excellent, but found that there was little mention of play. So thinking about that, does your agency, your school, your center have a specific statement that speaks to play? And if so, what is it and how do you see it in action?
All right, good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be a part of this panelist today. I am from the Early Childhood Commission. I'm an inspector. And so there are standards that, govern the inspection process. And on an inspection, I am keen to note outdoor and indoor play activities. So, there are times on the curriculum that I'm watching keenly, what is the practitioner doing here? And, if there is rain or some sort of activities where they're not able to go outside, I'm like, that's a red flag for me because you should make preparation for, indoor activities if you're not able to go outdoor. So the standard speaks to taking children on outdoor activities, nature walk, doing different things, different activities where you're able to see the children at play on outdoor activities or indoor as well. So the standard speaks to different areas, ensuring that children have time to play, not just academic, but also play-based learning activities.
Okay, so, having worked at the Early Childhood Commission, one of the things that I know really stands out is the curriculum and the fact that one of the 9 guiding principles speaks to play. Children learn through play, and that's a guiding principle, and that has to guide everything that happens in the sector. And of course, those are based on established theories that we're all familiar with. So we think about Montessori, for instance, and she talks about the fact that plays work. She talks about the fact that there should be a prepared environment. She talks about the importance of observation, freedom within limits, respect, hands-on learning, as well as independence. And all of those are woven throughout the standards and throughout the curriculum when we look at it. And then we think of Vygotsky as well. He speaks to dramatic play, and that's a very important part of what we, of what is done at the Early Childhood Commission and within the early childhood institutions, ensuring that there is a center for dramatic play and that there are resources to facilitate that. And when we think of Piaget, we think about the recognized stages of development, ensuring that all of these stages are represented that are applicable to the early childhood level. So when we think of the sensory motor stage or the pre-operational stage, those are all applicable to early childhood. And so our centers must reflect that at the early childhood level. And just to mention, if I'm taking too long, I know you'll nudge me. In Standard 1, when we think of practitioner-child ratio, that's important for play. Because if you don't have the right ratios, can you adequately supervise play? And can you be true to what Montessori says when she talks about freedom, but within limits? Because you cannot limit what the child is doing in order to ensure that they are safe. When we think about Standard 2, And Stephanie just mentioned some of the things that she observed. Ensuring that the play centers are there. Ensuring, too, that your program plan reflects play and it caters to individual learning. So all of those are in the standards, ensuring that all the domains of learning are covered, they are represented, ensuring that the interaction and communication with children represents the type of interactions that should occur in a play-based environment. And of course, ensuring that your equipment is sufficient and it is appropriate for the children, ensuring that when it comes on to gender, when it comes on to different types of children, they are all being catered for. So in that sense, we see where the standards and the best practices, and of course, George Brown College, I don't know if you still come down every year, but you always come in order to ensure that we are aware of what some of the latest best practices are as it pertains to play. So in that sense, even though it's not always explicitly said that, listen, children learn through play and you must do this and that in the standards, it talks about the environment and how it should facilitate play and how we should communicate and get our children ready.
Well, that was well said by both of them. Stephanie and Norda did an excellent job. Do we have anybody online that wanted to speak to that? Do we know?
Yes. Are you hearing me?
Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Yep, we are.
Are you hearing me?
We are. Are you hearing us?
Oh, okay.
We are,
I'm
Mrs.
hearing
Bonzi.
you.
Go ahead.
Good. Go ahead.
Yes. All right. Yes. Just to say that so often you would hear stop playing because playing is seen as not learning. However, one of the critical things that we need to be reminded of, and it's something to be implemented right across the board, is how important play is for children. And one of the things from a psychological perspective is understanding that we learn so much more about children through play. When they play, if it is particularly now, where children may be having challenges, home or school or wherever, we find that through play, if you are able to understand what you're looking for, then you're better able to help them with what I consider to be play therapy. One of the critical things I find is that through play, we have children who are expressing themselves, who are telling their stories. So children tell you their stories through play. It is through play that you can learn so much more about what children are going through, where they are at developmentally. You get a chance to see the young leaders. You get a chance to see how well they are preparing themselves, where they are in terms of egocentric stage. Are they beyond that stage of learning? Where are they really at? You can learn that. And in the early childhood, it's an excellent stage where we get a chance to see them in operation. We get a chance to see them. And one of the beautiful things is that when with play, whether outside or inside, that's one of the options even the standard speaks to. Preparing, having available things on the inside as well as on the outside. So if the weather is not permitting, then you're able to revert to indoors. So whatever is being done, whether indoor or outdoors, the children can definitely benefit from the experience of learning. And I must say to us that critical to playing is allowing children to share their stories. Because if you don't allow them, you could be shutting down a golden opportunity of helping this child. Children come to school and they have their challenges. And even as they come with their challenges, they want to tell you. But it is said that words are to adults what play is to children. So they may not be able to express what it is they want to express to you in words, but through play, they are actually telling you their stories. So the onus is therefore on the educator, on the facilitator, to be mindful of what this child is sharing, taking time. But that's why they are supervised during play. So it's not to interfere with their play, but when you supervise them through play, you'll learn quite a bit about them.
Well said. Thank you, Mercedes. That was very powerful and poignant as well. Rachel, did you want to jump in?
No, nothing to add. I think everyone covered everything, so nothing to add to this one.
Okay, thank you. You've just heard some really good poignant points and things to really keep in mind. My next question is, let me just find it again. Here it is. If we plan and implement curriculum for all areas of development based on individual strengths, and we really do need to remember all the strengths that the children bring rather than looking at it as deficits. So we need to think of the strengths that the children bring, their needs and interests. In what ways can play be used to connect children to teach them about the environment or maybe math or any of the STREAM elements? Did you want to go first?
Okay, I'll start. So, first of all, play must be meaningful. It is important that whatever is being done, we're intentional about it and we're purposeful. The Lego Foundation, they say that children learn through play when it is connected to something they're already familiar with. So, for instance, whatever concepts we may have tried to teach them, it must be connected to something they know about already, maybe a favorite book or toy or an experience or an event. When we allow the play environment to bring different things together and connect it, it also forms connections within the brain of the child. And so the development takes place and play becomes meaningful, it becomes purposeful. And so in that sense, because what you are bringing out is important to the child, whether it's the event or the favorite book and so on, it becomes sacred to that child and it's imprinted in the child's memory.
Thank you, Norda. Did you want to, or did Rachel or Mercedes like to go next? Who would like to go next?
Sure, I can say a little bit about my favorite. One of my favorite topics to talk about is STREAM, but specifically environmental learning, right? And so one of the things I always shared with staff when I manage childcare programs is that we need to cultivate a culture of play, right, in our programs, and that play is not something we do on the aside. It is really something that we infuse in all our learning. And so even when you're teaching science specifically, or math, or art, engaging the kids in outdoor activities is so very important. Kids can learn so much from just interacting in their environment. If outside is not available, inside, growing flowers, growing plants, kids connect with their food, right? So in Jamaica, which is an agriculture country, there is a golden opportunity every day to engage kids in play around even the foods they eat. Right? I know they may not serve roast breadfruit in school. That's my favorite. Right? They may not serve it, but a breadfruit tree, right? And those are trees you can plant them in a schoolyard. But even going and looking at the tree and looking at the breadfruit as it's growing, looking at the leaves, where does food come from? How did this breadfruit get here? And really interacting. Once that breadfruit is taken down and ready to eat, there are seeds on the inside. Right. So even after that food is ready to be to add nourishment to the body, then there's seeds inside. How can we incorporate playing? And for me, when I say play, I mean learning, because I don't think they're separate. Right. I don't think they're separate at all. And so those seeds that are in the breadfruit, how can we then use it to continue this cycle of life, this cycle of food? One of my favorite things to play with kids when I work with young kids was I Spy. You take them outside. From colors, I spy a green leaf. I spy a yellow flower. and have the kids run to where they see that yellow flower. And then you can start to talk about, does the flower have a name? What's the name of this flower? Do you see this flower at home? What's your favorite flower, right? So those simple things, and those don't take any money, any additional resources other than just using what's already there available for teachers and available for students.
Thank you, Rachel. Anyone else like to speak to it?
If I may add at this time.
Go ahead, Mercedes.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. If I may add at this time, one of the beautiful things about the early childhood education at this level, we need to see learning as fun. Hence, we talk about play and learn. Hence, we want to engage our children in fun activities because we are teaching concepts. It is the concepts that they're going to be using to implement in other areas of life. How does that work? In Jamaica, for example, we are a musically inclined country. Let's dance. We're doing hopscotch. We are doing dub. We're doing the jingles. They are enjoying this. We are jumping from place to place. We are building motor skills. We are building expressions. We are allowing children to express themselves. We are allowing them to talk through play. You see them working together or not working together. It enables you, therefore, to know, how do I take this? Because these are the things I've observed, that during play, this is what is being demonstrated. So I am now able to plan additional play, create an environment that they are going to be using to build. How do we work our conflicts out? Because in play, you will see conflicts at work. And through play, we can resolve conflict. So play and learn is really a beautiful area of helping children to bring across from what we are teaching them into their own world. And it's amazing to see how you will sit with them in class and you will share something with them in class, and they may not readily just remember that, but you start to dub with them. Lend me your rubber. I said, lend me your rubber. And whatever it is, here we go. We start moving. So what I'm saying is that the concepts we're teaching 1, 2, 3. Hey, put it to music. They are good to go with it. You are teaching addition. How do we share the children? Let's see how we can mix. Let's see how we can implement changes in this. If somebody is not, and one of the beautiful things I find that with these children, they are serious little leaders. You see that coming out, and they are also prepared to share rules. They determine the kind of rules that they want for their games. And if you violate, they also have their consequences for violators.
Well
and
said.
So one of the things that I really want to say is that we need to, if we can bring more play in the learning concepts, so that indoor we can have play, outdoors we can be playing.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, they're not just playing, you're actually teaching. They are learning concepts. They are learning quite a bit through play.
Well said, Mercedes. Thank you so much.
All right, just to think of story time activity, instead of just having the book and the teacher just reading the story, have the children act it out, get their costumes and, dress, and that will spark their imaginative aspect, and it would also spark cooperation with their peers. So, having them being involved, hands-on approach, that will help them to remember the activity and to really take full control of the experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
And I'd just like to say finally that play is the highest form of research, according to Albert Einstein. And the fact that children are naturally curious about the world around them, we have to ensure that we integrate it in whatever is happening. They're little scientists, they want to learn. And so whatever you're teaching, you must integrate the natural environment in what you're doing, because remember too that they're not into abstractions so much yet at the early childhood level, so that physical world is very important.
I hope everyone's taking lots of notes, because what we're hearing is very relevant and important. My next question that I'd like to pose for the panel, are you seeing gaps in the implementation of play in your school environments? If so, what do you think we need to do about this? And I'm going to just remind the panelists to be succinct. Who would like to go first?
So I can answer first. And even though I am not currently in a child care setting, I ran it for many years and also inspected them. And so I think one of the biggest gaps I would probably say exists is the mindset, right? The mindset of educators around play. And I mentioned before about the culture of play, and that play is infused in every single aspect of what an educator does on a daily basis with the children that they are, responsible for helping to grow in the time they're together. And so for me, one of the gaps that I saw, and one of the areas I had to work with staff around, is how do you take that principle, whether it's math or whatever you're trying to teach, colors, shapes, how do you take that lesson plan and turn it into an opportunity for play? And so educators having the opportunity to gain the skills that they need, because not everyone can naturally do that, right? So being able to take something that is practical and turn it into play, and infuse that into their lesson plans, and being able to connect the two, to me, is one of the gaps, I think, that exist in the early childhood space. It is just that professional development and development of educators in that particular way.
Very good point. And often the pressure comes from the family wanting to know why you're letting the child play. So well said, well said. Who would like to go next?
Okay, one of the things that I would love to see is the appropriate implementation of digital play. We're often afraid of digital play because we say we don't want the children to be hooked on screen time. But we also realize that we live in a world, a post-COVID world that is focused on education 4.0, talking about digitization and innovation. And so we have to be skillful to ensure that we can implement digital play in a way that is safe, and we can incorporate it so that our children will be ready for the skills that they need tomorrow. Another thing that I want to talk about is the fact that sometimes we forget that it is the play gap that leads to the skills gap. So everybody's talking now about the skills gap in the workplaces. We don't have enough persons who are skilled in that area. They don't have the functional and technical skills. But where do those skills start? When we think of collaboration, being able to collaborate in the workplace, being creative, being innovative, being a team player, all of those begin with play. So the skills gap is really a play gap, and we must be able to integrate the TVET resources, play versions of them within the early childhood classroom as a way of facilitating intentional and meaningful play, so that children can at an early age be exposed to the skills that they need for later years, because you know what we say, they'll never forget if they learn early. And I'll run quickly through. We also need to remember that play should continue after they leave us at age 5. So oftentimes the children, they are playing and they have the nice environments at the early childhood level, but what happens at the primary level? So we need to ensure that there is continuity, there's no gap, because they still need play. A survey was done of some 8 to 12-year-olds, and they found that many of them were obese, but when they did play interventions with them, they had a control group and one group that was that was allowed a certain number of hours each day, they discovered that those children significantly improved with play. In terms of other play gaps that I have observed, working at the Early Childhood Commission in the past, sometimes children are exposed to dangerous situations because there's lack of supervision or the institution is not financially viable and there are no protective measures in place. Also, there may be, you mentioned resistance from parents already. I won't go into that. That happens. Some parents don't want children to get messy. And sometimes we introduce them so early to standardized tests that they're not able to play. Because we want them to be, oh, you're 5 now, you can't play as much as 3. You need to be ready for grade 1. And for some children, they may not have any desire to play for one reason or another. Some may have a mental disorder, or some persons are just not into play that much. I'm sure we've all come across children like that. And so we must have the skills in order to reach them so that they don't suffer from a lack of play.
I like how you focused on also the individuality of the children and meeting the children where they stand rather than demanding the child be at where you're teaching. Who else would like to speak on that one?
I would like to just add a bit to it.
Go ahead, Mercedes.
And one of the things I do support what was said about having a change mindset. That is critical, that we have that change mindset. The other thing I'm seeing as being important is that of having parent education, because what we are hearing is a lot of times parents saying, you play too much. I don't want my child to play at school. The child is not to do this. And so we go there. But if we can have parents being educated on the importance and having them actually see what is happening to the children as they play, I think that would be helpful. If they can understand also in that same breath the importance of the social skills being learned and being implemented there, it could make a difference. Then if we have common goals in the institution, so it's not that the 3s are to play, 4s can play, but 5s need to settle down, prepare for formal education. So you want to be making sure that there is common understanding in the institution that will help to have a united focus on the whole matter of play, for example. And then the final thing I would want to think is understanding that the implementation of measures to have and to keep a safe environment, even if your space is limited, you want to make sure that it is safe for the children to use in the different things they want to explore and the environment on a whole that they want to explore.
Well said. Thank you, Mercedes. Anyone else like to speak to this?
All right. I'd like to add that in some classroom settings, there are a lack of resources, fine motor tools, gross motor. They don't have the resources needed for the children to, be able to actively develop their fine and gross motor skills. So this is also a gap.
Thank you. That was well said. Did you want to speak to the finance? You mentioned finances.
Right. So we know that finances is one of the 12 standards, ensuring that your finances are in good order. But we also know that for many institutions, they don't have the finances coming in. And so with the lack of finances, it means they are simply not able to purchase those resources. They are not able to have enough. And this can cause arguments among children, and your whole play plan goes into disarray because you simply don't have enough resources, and children become fussy when they don't have enough play resources. So we have to look at how we finance early childhood development in Jamaica. We've tried over the years to increase allocations, but I do believe that we're falling way short of what is required. We must invest heavily That's a gap. There's a big investment gap that must be filled if our children are to benefit from play. While we focus on skills at the tertiary level, we cannot forget the play skills that will lead to the work skills later on.
Well said, panelists. Excellent. Now, my final question that I have, or there might be a couple more, but our next question, as we continue to think about the importance of play, what are the ongoing concerns regarding the lack of play that may not be taking place? So maybe some of those outcomes that I heard that almost each individual spoke to, but if you can just sort of summarize, what are the outcomes if children do not experience play on a daily basis as a form of learning? Anybody who would like to go first? Go ahead, Rachel.
So for me, one of the important things, and I haven't really heard it mentioned here yet, is the emotional development, right? We're going to have some stressed out children because play is an opportunity for them even to burn off that energy and to get some of those chemicals in their bodies going that will, lead to good vibes. So I think one of the outcomes, emotional wise, having emotionally healthy children is that we forget the importance that play plays in their mental health. The physical health we focus on and define on gross motor skills, but that emotional health that is so important, that will lead as they get older, emotional management. So waiting your turn, you lost a game. How do you manage those feelings, right? All those things are a part of emotional development. So that's I think one of the outcomes that it will continually be lost as kids get older is that whole piece of being more intentional about how we use play to manage emotional development.
Thank you. Self-regulation is so important, isn't it? And they do learn it through the social, emotional aspect of play. Thank you, Rachel. And who would like to go next?
I looked at some research from the World Economic Forum. They had a play gap report, and they looked at some of the outcomes. They called it a play crisis. They actually said we're in a play crisis. What they found, having looked at 70 countries, they realized that children who are disadvantaged, they don't have enough resources and so on, as we spoke to earlier, they're 20% less likely to play with blocks. They are 11% less likely to sing songs with their parents. They also found that most children say they lack play, 92%, and it's stressful as a result of that. 93% of children also say they lack play and they feel happier when they play. So they are not as happy because they're not getting enough play. They complain that they are too busy to play based on the way we've organized their lives at home and at school. And the most worrying indicator is that 10% of children say they have less than 2 hours of play per week. 8% say they have no play in their lives. And most of them, 56% of children, have less than 1 hour of outdoor play. And all of those are really causes for concern, because what it means is that they won't have the opportunity to develop the range of skills and the coping mechanisms that they need in a rough world. Our society is rough. Many of our children suffer from PSTD because of the high crime rates, and they need play in order to be successful. So we have to look at initiatives. We have to continue to implement the initiatives that we have in order to combat the crisis. Jamaica was also one of the countries that was looked at in that study. And they found that Jamaicans who had received early childhood play intervention earned 25% more than their peers who have not. So you play more, you learn more, you earn more.
Thank you so much. I love those stats, really important. Go ahead.
All right. Do you know that children can be stressed too, just the same as adults are stressed? So can you imagine children not being able to laugh, to jump, to feel that joy? You know, they have all of that emotion pinned up in them. So ensuring that children play, they're able to release that stress. Also their creativity and imagination that will not be developed. They'll not be able to expand their imagination. Also, problem solving and critical thinking skills. These are some skills that are developed through play. So children not being able to partake, these are some of the situations that they will be faced with.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Mercedes, would you like to jump in?
I'm sorry, can I add one quick thing before?
Oh, yes.
You could, Mercedes, hold on 1 second, please. Rachel just wants to tie up, and then you have the floor. Go ahead.
No problem.
I'm sorry, just one quick thing that came to mind was also play also offers children work-life balance, right? Because the balancing of classroom learning with playing teaches kids about that balance. And somehow, even in our own adult lives, as we get older, somehow we lose this sense of having this balance between work and play. So one of the things that this also models for children, when we make play a priority and a part of the learning experience, is that balance. And I would always encourage you, lastly, is not to punish a child by taking away playing, right? By taking away playing, because we want that balance. Plays where they learn, and so really figuring out other ways of disciplining kids besides taking away their playtime.
Thank you. Thank you. Mercedes, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you so very much. I really wondered, you were looking across. I'm not sure. However, one other thing I wanted to bring across very quickly was, as you mentioned, what are some of the results that we can get from this? And it is one, you have persons developing confidence. Through play, you can help the child, and the child also helps to develop the confidence level in through play. Physical engagement is so important for them, and through play, they can also help. It can also help, as was mentioned before, in dealing with their emotions. So the whole matter of having the person who with pent up emotions, instead of taking it out on another student, they could have a play bag, a punching bag, for example, that will help them to unleash those pent up emotions, but at the same time not hurting somebody else. Ultimately, I see this leading eventually, even in the workplace, with the confidence. Even in the workplace, today we have workplaces having person engaging the workers in physical activities because it plays a critical role in their performance. In relationship, both as young children and even as adults, you'll find that even if you get you're in a relationship, you're married, whatever it is, you can't be just into other things. The physical side of things is you have that kind of relationship. It's just when we are allowing them at this stage to work through, and it makes a lot of difference. And I really need to just close with saying that how important I personally feel with this is where I helped a child who had through play, that this child was helped to release that. And when I spoke with the mother recently, and the mom said she is doing absolutely so well, and she's still expressing thanks for this child who, for to know what was the issue. And I was in observation, and through play, he was helped.
Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of our questions that I'm posing to the panel. And I think it was, when we reflect on it, we do see the benefits of play. We see the outcomes if play is absent from the day to day. We see the long-term outcomes for children in the sense of their quality of life in their adulthood. They're better focused. They are higher wage earners. We also have recognized that The environment is very important in that you set it up, you need to have the resources, and if you don't have the resources, you need to be creative. And by being creative, wonderful examples were offered by a number of the panelists, using those plants around or planting things, helping them to understand the environment, taking math outdoors. It doesn't necessarily need to live indoors, and it should never be on a worksheet, something that they sit and color and add. So we've been hearing a lot of those points, which are all really excellent, excellent points. I think the panelists have done an outstanding job. A couple of things that I'd just like to add is that you are professionals. You are professional early childhood educators. And you need to take that stance that you're a professional. So when parents do challenge you on the quality of play or why are they playing, you as the educator, you are qualified, you've worked for this, you've studied for this, you continue to learn, you are the professional. So then you need to do workshops for families, bringing them in to see what the children are doing. Play is essential. We talked about stress. Those cortisol levels will lead to high blood pressure, diabetes. We're seeing children younger and younger developing heart issues and diabetes. Children. So imagine what it's going to be when they are 15, when they are 40, if they make it past 40. So it's really important. We need to start to look at children as children. They are going to learn, they are going to develop. They are going to grow with professional educators, and that's you. And I just have one little slide that was going to be there we go. I think it's going to show up momentarily. Practitioners, educators, you are professionals, and you are co-learners with the children. So as they are learning, we heard about the questioning, posing inquiry-based questions, involving yourself with their play. They see that you're showing joy. Sometimes children are worried or frightened to show joy in front of their teachers, and the reason being is because they're worried the teachers are not going to appreciate that they're being loud, they're being disruptive. But joy is that essence of who we are. When we sing and we dance, we show joy. When children play, they show joy. And we want to see the joy. And these are two photos that I actually had the opportunity to take while we were in different schools. One educator on the right-hand side is playing a tag-type game with the children. It's wonderful, and the children are laughing and showing joy at the enjoyment of seeing their educator being part of it. And the other one was using a sheet, just an old sheet, and throwing a ball in the air and running under it like a parachute. The learning, but also that link, that co-learning, the participation of the educator is crucial because you show joy in learning and seeing them learn. So do remember that you are a co-learner with the children. There is no right way or wrong way to play based on learning experiences. Even if you get children to stack the stones, how many stones did we stack? Do we put the small one on the bottom? Do we put the large one on the top? Wonder why. Let's think what pyramids are built. You're right with the large bottom. There's so many ways to link our histories, our sciences, our math, to learning and the play that we see our children demonstrating, and also enjoy and have fun with the children. I'm going to now return it to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gail. Awesome discussion. So we looked at how outdoor and indoor play activities or they're important or they're essential, and how they build our little ones. Not just the academic, but having and including play-based activities, right? Ensuring that they are a part of our plans and policies as we encourage through the ECC's 12 standards. Just ensuring that play is infused in the programs, covering all the different levels of play and keeping in mind the standards and what the best practices are for play, right? And as Mrs. Bonzi would have shared, children express themselves through play. Play can be used to resolve conflicts. And, children use play to share their stories, to tell us how they're feeling, what is happening, and how important it is for us to know, as parents, guardians, as the practitioners, to encourage these type of and forms of expressions. I took away the expression, words are to adults as play is to children, right? So it is very critical for us to encourage play. So that brings us to the end of this session, right? We want to look at if it is that we have any questions from the audience. Yes. Yes, he's taking the mic. Not seen any. There are some comments.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Garfield Bennett. I'm from St. Tekle Imanat Kids. And I'm so glad that the young lady brought me into this session, because this is my favorite thing at school. So I have one word, and the word is fun. But if you turn the word fun around, you get enough. Jamaican patois. So you get enough fun. So Damian Marley did a song that says, "Hey young world, the world is yours." I want you guys to listen to that song. Another thing, in all of this, I realized that there's one thing that is important. Parents need education. If we don't educate our parents, then we're left behind. So we need to educate the parents. In 2010, there was a World Cup in South Africa. And there was a song for the World Cup that said, "Oh, oh, oh, oh," and we all loved that song. And in that year, I did a song for my children to learn ABC and 1, 2, 3. If I get 1 minute to share one verse. It says, "School, school, school, school. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, that's 26 for me. We'll be forever bright, learning letters underneath sunlight. Let's rejoice for school every day. And together at the end of the day, we all say, when I get older, I'll know their sounds and I will be reading just like a diplomat, a diplomat, a diplomat."
Projection. Woo! Awesome.
So my stage name is School Boss. And trust me, all of my songs are for my children to learn at school. I use the dice to do maths, plus and take away throw. I use the card pack. I use the dominoes. Believe me, I play cricket, I play bowling, I play netball, tennis, everything at school. So I think if the session can go on for the whole day, I stay right inside here. Thank you, guys. Believe me.
Thank you so much for that. Any other questions? Comments? All right. Just looking at some of the comments from the chat. So Rosemary Gooden would have said, yes, so we post tidbits on of videos in the class group. So forming WhatsApp groups to share so parents can see how and why and the results of the play-based activities that are being done during class. And Katie Goodness would have also commented and said fundraising can be held, that money used to buy things for children to play. So creating fundraising activities is a good suggestion to assist with play activities. Cassandra Banks says, we definitely need resources. We need resources, right? And Katie also said if there is not enough resources for the children to play with them, this imposes a problem for them to play.
Is my mic on? There we go. I think you can hear me. That's a really good point about the resources and the funding. Something to keep in mind if you have 4 rooms in your school or 5 rooms in your school, what often happens, each room takes 5 blocks or 10 blocks, and that's not enough to do much with. But if you say week 1, Gail's room will get the blocks. Gail gets 50 blocks. Gail's room uses all the blocks for the week. But maybe for the other room, the 3 balls that Gail has in her room, or the 8 balls and the hockey sticks, or the baseballs, or the cricket bats, all go to another room. So what you do is you figure out which room's going to focus on what. And so it does take a little more planning. But I don't know if you've ever seen children work with 50 to 100 blocks. It can be mind-blowing. They can do the best creations and their imagination goes wild. And when you're starting to do that, you're looking at structural, spatial development, you're looking at counting, you're looking at cooperation, negotiation, problem solving, all of those things from playing with a stack of blocks. And then you can get into which is bigger, you or which is taller, you or your structure. All sorts of things you can explore and learn. And then you get to even test them on it by asking them questions, posing questions. So do think about sharing your resources within your own programs because it's more powerful when that child walks in and sees 50 blocks instead of the regular 5 to 10 blocks. You have a question over here, I think.
There's another question.
I remembered years ago we did not have these fancy toys and stuff. We used to call basic school teachers garbage collectors. Where we collect the bucket stoppers, we collect the shoe box, because we still do it at all institutions, right? So we use. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm Debbie Ann from Barnes Basic. Years ago we used to collect stuff. Because it's 31 years. We used to collect like buckle stoppers. We used to collect shoes boxes. We can still go down that line, right? Cardboards and stuff. And you make your dominoes and you make your cards. You make your little chalk from the boxes. Because right now in my institutions, we have containers with bucket stoppers. We have cardboards. We have boxes. Because the last thing that I remember collecting was shoe boxes. To do greater than and less than, so they understand. So play is very important, and we must bear in mind that children have different learning styles, right? So you can be chalk and talk every day. It's no longer, right? You get the magnifying glass, you carry them outside, you make them look, remember, big, small and large. So the ant will be small without the magnifying glass. So you have to get them for readiness. We call it readiness. Right? And move away from the chalk and talk, man. Make them see that you, the teacher, you are active. Because if you are not active, you're not getting anything. Right? As a young man did a while ago with the music, yes, man, use that music. Make your own music. Put your own rhythm to it, and you get them to learn. And when parents come to you, I like them. I like them. Children learn through play. Not leaving them idle. Even if you leaving them over the corner there, you are supposed to be watching them from a distance. You can learn from them as well. All right? That's my point.
Any other questions? No? Anything else to add from our panelists? No, that's it? Okay. Have fun, right? So I just want to thank you all for being here. Please, you can remain in this room for our next session, which is supporting young children's school readiness skills. We will take a break and return at 11. Please ensure that you sign the register that is being circulated, and the evaluation forms will be shared so that you can fill those out. Remember, it is Very important that you complete these so that you can get your certificates, okay? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our presenters. Awesome job.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
$1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device. Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Or
Learn about the Brain Builder concept. Receive relevant articles and research. Plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the first 1,000-day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count.
Yes, you had shared it with the team. Okay, all right, so I just shared it with the...
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the first 1,000 Days app today.
All right.
So were they planning to put the streamed one up here, or the one from our PowerPoint?
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1,000 Days app.
That's the one
This
that is
app will give you
streamed.
access to
In this
information on
room,
the first 1,000 days of
I
your
will.
child's life.
Yes.
You will
I
be able
we
to track
have a
developmental
laptop. We
milestones,
have the
and
adapter
we'll
for
give
the
you an
Mac.
opportunity to
And
connect
we
with
just went
parents
into-
as well
So
as
you would
with
want
the
to
Early
control the
Childhood
presentation.
Commission.
Absolutely.
I will
Because
now
we
give
have a
you
lot of
3 simple
comments
steps
as
to
for
download the app
The
to your
slides don't have all
Android
the
device.
information.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1,000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter account. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days.
Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back to the ECC's PDI 2023. We now move into the session supporting young children's school readiness skills. The presenter for this session is Dr. Elaine Manukian. Dr. Manukian is an international parenting coach and early childhood educator in private practice. She is the founder/director of GEM Educare, a child care center preschool in California, USA, and co-founder of Platonium Mentoring and Coaching Consultants. She found her calling in life while working with young children around the world when volunteering in South Africa. She's a member of Big Brother, Big Sister, EMCC, IMA, Mensa, NAEYC, NAFCC, and 0 to 3. Her research interests include the importance of emotional intelligence in children. She co-hosts in TV and radio, parenting show, appearing on several shows as an expert. Now, supporting young children's school readiness skills. School readiness means Each child enters school ready to engage in and benefit from early learning experiences that best promote the child's success. Families, early care and education providers, school staff, and community partners must work together to provide environments and developmental experiences that promote growth and learning to ensure that all children enter early childhood institutions eager and excited to learn. Presenter will provide insight on this topic and provide recommendations for best practices. For our persons joining online, please remember to type your questions and comments in the chat. For the persons with us face-to-face, just hold your questions until after the presentation. Do enjoy the session. I now hand over.
Thank you very much. As I was already introduced to you, my name is Eileen Manukian. I know it's very difficult, just Eileen is enough. I have been working with young children for many, many years. Since I was a child, I loved children. I was a child taking care of other children. I grew up back in Iran. I'm an Armenian. I'm not going to confuse you more than this. Now I live in the United States, so it's pretty confusing. But what I have done was my life was not with children as a professional. But about 8 years ago, I decided that I'm going to leave everything behind and I'm going to go travel around the world because that was my dream, one of my dreams. I went around the world and I decided I will do something special in every country. One of my biggest dreams was to volunteer in a African country. And I went to South Africa, I went to Cape Town, and I volunteered in a childcare center there for children that were coming from families that have lost their parents to AIDS or gang violence, or they were coming from financially not very stable communities. I realized that this is my calling in life. Before that, I was a bank executive, which had nothing to do with childcare. So I came back to the United States. I took a couple of classes to learn how to deal with children and how to be with children. And then I decided I'm going to do my doctorate program in early childhood education. And the lady sitting here was my professor. She was my chair. So thanks to her, I was able to finish school. And then at the same time, I started my own child care center in California, United States, in Los Angeles, actually. So now I have children from all races, all religions, speaking different languages. It's a very diverse group of children. And the pictures that you will see in my presentation are actually the children that are in my care. So I'm not using any pictures from any other websites or anything. These are all the children that I cared for. I think school readiness is one of the topics that is very, very hot around the world, because I feel like everybody is diverting from what is important, focusing on things that we learn one way or another. Teaching a 1-year-old ABCs, I really don't know what the use of it is. It's good to know, but it's very important to also know how to manage your emotions, how to sit down and listen, how to eat properly. Those are skills that we need for the rest of our lives. Everybody learns how to read. Everybody learns how to count. Everybody learns eventually what to do. And but the skills that are lasting when we do help children grow up when they are very young, from infancy to 5 years old, are the skills that they will need to go to school. Where am I clicking? Okay, I clicked too much. Sorry. Okay, so let's talk about what is school readiness. So these are the definitions that I found that are the best. There is not one universal definition about school readiness. School readiness is foundation across early childhood systems and programs. It means children are ready for school, families are ready to support their children's learning, and schools are ready for children. School readiness is viewed as children possessing the skills, knowledge, and attitudes necessary for success in school and for later learning in life. There is also another one that I really liked, is readiness doesn't mean just knowing the academic basics. It means a child has a willing attitude and confidence in the process of learning, a healthy state of mind. School readiness is not a state of knowledge, but it's a state of mind. So what are readiness skills? There are 4 major readiness skills. One is the social emotional, the next one is cognitive, language and literacy, and physical development. We are going to focus on social emotional because it also includes all the other 3 readiness skills. Okay. Can somebody tell me which direction I have to? Oh, okay. Worked. Okay, so now let's talk about what is social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is that children need to know how to be in a society, in a group of, in a community with a group of friends. Social emotional learning is the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals. Feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. I'm pretty sure you have seen some people I call them, not we, but I call them socially awkward. They don't know how to be around other people. Because when they were young children, nobody taught them how to be around other people. So social emotional skills are things that we can actually teach children from birth. And it's something that they learn from everybody around them. They learn it all from the park they go to play, from their teachers, from their parents, from their grandparents. Have you noticed when sometimes you see a child doing an action, it's your child coming out of your house, from your household, and they do something or they say something that you never use in your household. And the child doesn't go to school. Where did this child learn this behavior from? So many places. When you took them to the grocery store to buy groceries, they saw somebody doing something and they copied it. It was interesting to them. So social emotional education was introduced by Plato. It's very, very old in the Republic as one building character and moral judgment. By maintaining a sound system of education and upbringing, you produce citizens of good character, which is the key. It's the character that we are building in our children. And you know, people who have great characters achieve a lot of things. A lot of people who achieved the greatest things. I'm going to give you an example. And I'm not saying that their social emotional development was wonderful. I'm just giving an example because it comes to mind. Steve Jobs, person who started Apple. He didn't finish school. He didn't finish his university education, but he did have the character. He had the characteristic of a person who would continue asking for help, continue persisting until he got what he wanted. Those are the skills that children need when we are developing them while they are infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. So the concept of social emotional learning was reinforced by Goldman in his New York Times bestseller, Emotional Intelligence, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. You know, there are a lot of people who have a very high IQ, but really there is it doesn't give them that advantage. But if you see somebody who's very bubbly, if you go to a restaurant, two waiters come up to you to help you. two servers. One has a bubbly personality, the other one is just doing his job. The one that has a bubbly personality probably gets the bigger tip, doesn't it? Yeah, of course. Because of that, that are the things that we need to teach our children. So I got this from a organization called Castle. This is a very good illustration of what social emotional skills are that we need. So where do children learn? We already talked about this a little bit. Where do they learn their social emotional skills? They learn it from home and home away from home, at auntie's house. And when they were in the uncle's house, the neighbor did something that they learned from. So they learn it everywhere. They learn it in childcare facilities, at school, in classrooms. They go to a music class and they learn it from their classmates or from their teachers or anybody around. Community centers and public places. So, no, this is too far. Okay. So we are going to talk about which skills have the lasting impact and the most important impact on somebody's life. There are 6 of them. This is by no means a full list. This is not an exhausted list. These are the most important that are in literature. First one is self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, decision-making, and ethic of care. We are going to go over them one by one. So, as I said, these are my children. I mean, in my care. They're not my children, but I care for them. So look at their faces. Look at how they are posing. Do you think they are confident? Yeah. Day in and day out, they tell me what to do and what I'm doing wrong. So self-awareness has these components. It's the child is able to recognize their own strengths and opportunities. They actually build confidence. They can regulate their emotions. They have an identity. They build their identity. They can link their feelings, values, and thoughts together, and they have self-efficacy. So I'm going to give you an example of identity. The first thing that children do is when they are becoming toddlers, even when they are infants, they know who their mommy and daddy is. And the worst thing you can do to them, or if you want to tease them, the best thing you can do to them is that you tell them, no, that's my mommy. They are going to throw a fit. No, it's my mommy. It's their identity. I am the child of this person. She is my mommy, or she's my daddy. Then they start learning that they are a person. Then they start learning they identify themselves as a girl or a boy, as being smart or being a bubbly person. They identify themselves with a lot of things. Then they start telling you what colors they like, and that's their favorite color. That's part of their identity. So that's how they start building identity. Confidence building is done by the adults. One of the practices I do is, as soon as children can wear shoes, or they need to wear shoes, meaning they are starting to walk, I ask them to wear their shoes themselves. So now, and I have 1-year-olds that fight that they cannot help them wear their shoes. It builds their confidence because they are responsible for what they need to do, and they know that they are capable of doing what is necessary for them. They don't need another person from outside to come and help them. So that's one of the practices I do to help them build confidence. I also give them choices, which means They have the opportunity to choose what they want. I ask them, for example, would you like to draw a picture right now, or would you like to dance? And then if there are 5 or 6 children, I ask, okay, whoever wants to dance, hands up. And then we count, and I let them do that. Count, and let's see how many people want to dance. 4 of you wants to dance. We will dance now, and then an hour later we will paint. I don't dismiss the other children who want to do the painting, but this way they think that they have control over what they are doing, which is the truth, because they need to have some kind of control, and that builds confidence. I can make a decision. I choose what I want to do. I am respected. The adult is respecting me to ask me what I want. I'm not forced to do what they want me to do. But of course, when I give them choices, they are really my choices. I don't give them a choice of let's go throw ourselves in the backyard on the grass. But it also builds confidence in them. So the second one is self-management. Self-management talks about bringing up resilience. The children are very resilient. Since birth, when they are always crying, if you don't attend to their crying, if it is not for really something that is crucial and you need to help them, if they are fed, they are changed, they slept, there is no reason for them to cry, they just want to cry. If you leave them a little bit, they will find a way to calm themselves down. That's their resilience. If you look at the children who have been through trauma, they built resilience because resilience is character building. That's part of their social emotional learning. They learn how to control their stress and anxiety. They first recognize what stress and anxiety are, and then they learn how to control it or how to manage it. They do impulse control. If at this minute, if a child is 4 years old, they already know, if at this minute I want to punch your face, I'm not going to punch your face because I'm going to be in trouble and I'm going to hurt you. So that's impulse control. They learn to take turns, and they learn sharing. This happens after age of 3. They do not know how to share until they are 3 years old, but they do know how to take turns if they are younger than 3. They learn organization. I don't know what age group you all work with, but if you watch children playing with their cars or playing with their dolls or playing with crayons, they normally organize them in a certain way that is very attractive to them. Either they organize them in a line or they create something, but they organize everything. They have their own way of organization. And they take initiative. When I tried... When I am yeah, thank you. I have allergies, I always cough. So when I am getting ready to give food to them, 3 of them run and say, I want to help, I want to help. Or I was sharing this with a friend. I have infants, and infants sometimes spit. If one of the infants spits, all toddlers, all 10 of them, run and no, they don't spit, they run and get the tissue to clean. Now I have 12 tissues cleaning this much spit. But that's taking initiative. They know that this is what has to happen right now. For their age, that's taking initiative. And agency. They built agency during this phase. The next one in social emotional learning is social awareness. With social awareness, they learn social norms. They know what is socially accepted and what is not. They build their cultural identity. And this doesn't mean that they learn which country they are from. The culture might mean the culture at home. I had children that would do things or would say things that I would not accept in my establishment. So what I would always tell them is, because I don't want to make the mommy or daddy wrong, I would always tell them, here we do not use that language. Here we don't act like this. So they learn that in this classroom, I cannot use this kind of language. That's the culture of my classroom. So that's how they distinguish their cultural identity. They know, here I can do this, but over there I cannot do it. They learn their social responsibilities. They know as a 4-year-old what they are supposed to do. When mommy and daddy comes, I have to put my jacket on, wear my shoes, and go out. That's my responsibility. Do all of them do that? No, but they learn it at that age. They learn empathy and compassion. They start becoming compassionate towards others because now after age of 2, they understand, oh, these people are not feeling exactly what I'm feeling, and I should not hurt them. I have to be nice to them. I have to be kind to them because that's what I want to happen to me. And they learn gratitude. They learn to thank you. I have this very cute 1.5-year-old that comes and asks, she comes and she says, my nose. And I say, okay, what do you want? Clean. And I clean it. And she goes, thank you very much, Eileen. And it's so funny because every time she doesn't forget to thank for everything. And it's play-based. Social awareness is play-based. People in different areas and in different situations have different social awareness. Then comes the relationship skills. They build friendship. They start effective communication. They start building cultural competency. They can resolve their conflicts. If we don't jump in and we don't always try to resolve their conflicts, children actually learn how to resolve conflicts. They learn how to solve problems. They have leadership skills. They are aware of others' emotions and feelings. They build adult interactions. And also they understand justice. How many of you heard a 3-year-old saying, it's not fair, I want ice cream, it's not fair, that's the justice for them, we want ice cream, it's unfair, it's unjust not to give them ice cream. And how many, I have children that from about 1.5 years, the finger goes up. No, don't eat that. Or no, Eileen, don't do that. No, I don't want this. Or they tell their friends. That's their leadership. Or they start bossing around. All of them are boss babies, aren't they? Nowadays, everybody is a boss baby. That's their leadership skills. The problem solving, I really like to encourage everyone to let children problem solve. Don't solve all their problems. If they throw their, for example, ball somewhere that they can't get it, help them, guide them, but don't get it for them. Let them find a solution. Let them find a way to get the toy out of where it is. And then the other one is decision making. So the little girl you see there made the decision that I am not going to wear my shoes. I want my jacket, but I won't wear it, and I will hold my cup and just play like that. And I let her do that to figure out that she cannot play with all of that things in her hands. So they are very curious and open-minded. They start doing reasoned judgment. They make appropriate decisions, start making appropriate decisions. They understand accountability. You give them choices, and they want choices, and they actually ask for choices. They are critical thinkers. They start building critical thinking, and they understand social pressure. So social pressure mostly comes when they are a little bit older and they go to school. Now, my friend is wearing this clothes, I want to wear that clothes too. My friend is doing this, I need to do this too. When they are younger, it's less apparent than when they get a little bit older. they will reason with you. If you tell them something, no, somebody comes and asks, I want chocolate. No, right now is not the chocolate time. Why? Because we have to eat lunch. Why do we have to eat lunch? Because it's lunchtime. But I don't want lunch, I want chocolate. No, you can't have chocolate. Why can't I have chocolate for lunch? Now they start coming up with new things. So they will go on and on and on forever, yes, until you give up and you say, it's just because it's my rule. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. And then it comes to ethic of care. So at this period, or at this section of their social emotional learning, they learn to care for their family members and their pets. They learn to care for the environment. They also learn to care for the communities and the world. Now, at this level, they know that they should not pick the flowers. They know that they should not hit the animals. They should be very kind to them. So I personally do not kill insects or animals, but that's me. Now, because I do that, of course, they learned. It's their social learning, right? They watched and, oh, she's not killing them. She just takes them and puts them outside. So one day I hear two of the boys screaming and getting upset. So I went closer and I said, what happened? Why are you getting upset? And one of them said, oh, Alex is not letting me play with the bumblebee. What? Yeah, they are playing with bumblebee and they don't let me play with the bumblebee. I was having a heart attack. What if one of them has an allergic reaction and they're thinking they can play with the bumblebee? What is going to happen? So I went closer. There was a bumblebee. Poor bumblebee was almost dying and they were trying to play with it. So that's their care. They wanted to care for the bumblebee and play with them. Sometimes it's dangerous, like what I said just now. But they also care about their family members. If you notice, if a parent is sick or a sibling is sick, the child is really affected by it. They might not be able to articulate that that's bothering them, but they are really affected by it. That's how they learn ethic of care. So, what is social emotional learning in infants? By the way, this is their cutest picture. When especially this little girl was screaming, she was not this cute. But overall, she's a really cute kid. So they start building secure attachments. I have a lot of parents bringing their children and the child starts crying when I take them from the parent if they are 5, 6 months old. And then the parent goes, oh, my child is sorry, and my child is sad. I don't want the child to cry. Why is he crying? So you have to be happy he's crying because he has secure attachment to you. He doesn't want to go to somebody he doesn't know. That's secure attachment. Sometimes we think that crying means something bad, whereas it's actually a very good sign. So they start building secure attachment from the time they are born. And actually the first 40 days of life is very, very important. If they can attach the first 40 days of life to anybody, after that they will be able to attach to other people too. They are becoming aware of feelings and emotions. They, even from when they are really teeny tiny babies, they are hungry and hunger makes them sad, so they start crying, or makes them angry and they start crying. Then when they get a little bit older, they realize this is bringing me anger, this is bringing me sadness. They are aware of their feelings. They understand these are feelings, but they can't, at that point, they can't still name it. Then they start communicating their emotions. When they are happy, they give you this big smile. And that smile is very precious, because if they don't give us this smile, it's going to be really difficult to care for them. When they are upset or something is bothering them, they start crying. They also start showing it with their body language. They connect their feelings and emotions to their facial expressions. Like you see, they are happy. If they are scared, they do. Or if they are surprised, they're like, you see it in their facial expressions. They learn the names of feelings. They learn it. They can't name it, but they learn it because you tell them. Because you tell them, oh, you're so happy. Look at your smile. You're helping them learn the name of the feeling. Why are you sad? Why are you crying? They learn to self-regulate and self-soothe. As I said, if a child, there is nothing wrong with the child and they are crying and you leave them for a few minutes, they find something to soothe themselves. If they can't find anything, they put their fist in their mouth and start sucking it, or their thumb. So they soothe themselves, or they rock themselves, or they move from side to side. That's the way they soothe themselves. They recognize familiar faces and strangers. When they are 5 or 6 months old, they already know, this person I have never seen. Even at 4 months or 3 months, they recognize you're a different person than their parents. So they can do that at that very young age. And all of these learnings happen at the caregiver's place during caregiving and responding, during playtime, when you're feeding them, when you're diapering them, when you're providing safe sleep and controlling the environment. For me, diapering is very important. That's the time that I bond with the child the most, because it's a one-on-one time. Nobody is there. It's only me and one child, and we play, we giggle, I tickle them, they start laughing. It's a very good bonding time with an infant. Now, what is social emotional learning in toddlers? They start establishing independence. When they start walking is when they start establishing independence. Now they don't want you to hold their hand. They want to be independent. They want to do everything themselves. They enjoy playing with other children. They learn verbal communication. They start talking or signing. They use simple signs. They are learning about culture. They are experiencing and expressing a variety of emotions. Now they are not infants anymore. They don't have the 3 or 4 basic emotions. Now they have more complex emotions. And at this age, they start expressing them. They come and they say, for example, I'm so frustrated. Why? You're only 2. Or they say, I'm bored. I feel I'm coming up with, I try to remember exact words they use, so I won't say an emotion that they don't use. I'm upset. What upset you? My friend took my toy. But they are starting to actually use the names of the emotions. They show affection towards their friends. Now they have best friends. Now when they are 2 or 2.5, they come and they ask for a specific person. I have a 1.5-year-old. So one day she came in wearing a jacket. I told her, okay, let's remove your jacket and your shoes. And then she did this and she couldn't take the jacket off. I said, Sarah, do you need help? And she looked at me, no. And then she turned around and she told her 2-year-old friend, Parker, help! Parker, help! And Parker ran and took the jacket off. And then she said, I got it. And they were like, Parker, help me. She doesn't let me help her. It has to be Parker because that's her best friend. As if I don't know how to help. Parker knows how to help. And they start showing compassion and caring for others. If God forbid, if one of the babies cry, the entire 12 other ones run and start attending to the baby, and they start screaming at me, "Baby, Eileen, baby's crying." I know, babies cry. I don't have to run every time he cries. I'll be there. But no, for them, they start caring. So now they go to preschool. Let's see what is social emotional learning during preschool time. They are expressing and using creativity. They start managing their bodies. They have a lot more control over their bodies. They can hop in on one leg. They can run pretty good. They start sharing toys and personal items. Most of them do. They are expert in managing technology. Well, this is for the preschoolers. I can tell you my 3-year-olds know how to fix my phone better than I do. They are cooperating with others. They are solving problems and negotiating outcomes. They are using words to communicate feelings and needs. At this point, they are very articulate. They can tell you everything that they need. They make decisions and choices and strategizing. When they are 4 or 5, they come up with an entire plot. They strategize, then they come to you with a complete strategy how to get what they want to get. And if you're unaware of their strategy, they actually did it with a few other friends. So you're thinking, okay, am I in a political debate here? What are these children doing to me? They really do. I had actually these 3 and 2 other children playing Monopoly. And the 2 boys are twins. So I paired them with other children just to teach them how to work as a group too, not only how to play the game. So the one that is a little chubbier, who's smiling on the left-hand side, is a better strategizer than the guy in the middle. So it came to them, and they had to decide if they want to buy this property or not buy the property, to the middle one and his friend. So they were strategizing, and I was watching them. They didn't have enough money. They had enough money to buy that property or not buy. So he was telling the other one, let's not buy because we don't have enough money. And the other one said, okay, but if we buy, then wouldn't it be better? He said, but we don't have enough money. So the friend, they strategized not to buy. As soon as the next one was the chubby one, he's not chubby, but he looks a little chubbier. Now it was their turn. It was their turn. They bought the property. Guess what? Next time it was the middle one's turn. They got into the same property that they had to buy, but the brother bought. Now they have to pay that $1 that they had as a rent. So the brother said, next time when you have the opportunity to buy the property, buy it, because otherwise you have to pay the money as rent and it's gone. At least you would have a property. I was shocked. They were only 4. How do they come up with all these interesting ideas? So they build friendships. At this point, they have their own close friends, and then they have another group of friends that they just play with. They follow rules and show respect. They know what the rules are. If you're in the street, you want to cross the street, they know where they have to go to cross the street. They know when it's night, they have to go to sleep. That's the rule. They follow a lot of rules. They have the understanding and being sensitive to others' feelings. Now they know what they do will cause their friend to cry, what they do will cause them to be happy, and they actually do it consciously. And they are becoming leaders. So these are some interventional models for children who go to school already and they are lacking social emotional learnings. The reason I put this here is because of COVID, a lot of children enter school unprepared, especially the children that were 3 or 4 year olds during COVID entered school unprepared because they didn't have the social emotional learning, because they were isolated, because isolation did not help them understand social cues. They couldn't get exposed to cultural norms. So the social learning theory model is a model that helps children focus. It focuses on children's interpretation of social cues and responses to social changes. Pretend play model emphasizes on practices of social roles during play. A child, for example, here, this was a pretend play we were doing. We had a doctor, the two are patients with their babies, the other one is the receptionist, and this one is another patient. So they go into the role of now I'm a doctor, now I'm a daddy, now I'm a mommy, and they go into that role and they learn social emotional learnings through pretend play. Cognitive regulation model involves the child in practices to develop and reinforce one single social learning. So the other two are focusing on all of the social learning requirements or parts. This one is focusing on only one. So if the child doesn't know how to be empathetic, it only focuses on helping the child be an empathetic person or a leader or whatever is lacking. The next one is the artistic engagement. It supports children's artistic expression as a tool to develop social emotional learning through dance, music, painting, chanting. They learn how to be around each other. They learn how to balance their own bodies. Bibliotherapy teaches children social emotional skills using literature. You read books about whatever they are lacking or you want to emphasize on. You find probably audiobooks or video. There are a lot of video literature now on YouTube and other channels. Mindfulness helps children reflect on their thinking and metacognition and being present. That's another intervention process. Other interventions are family engagement. They help ensure that child develops social emotional skills at home, school, and in the community. Community engagement creates trust in a safe and secure environment. Children learn agencies support their needs. And service providers' involvement provides professional expertise and support for children and families with exceptional needs. Service providers can be psychologists, play therapists, anybody who provides a service to children who have special needs. And okay, so awareness integration theory is a method of, it's actually a psychological method, but I use a modified version of it with my children. Awareness integration theory is based on being respectful of the child's inner processes and guides the child toward intentionality in learning and creating and responding to drives. So what this does is, in the beginning, when I work with the children, I work on helping them learn, name, and understand emotions, then express and regulate emotions appropriately. It's okay to express anger, but it's not okay to go and punch your friend if you're angry. You can punch a beanbag if you're angry. You can go and run around if you're angry. Express it in a proper way. Understanding the impact of their actions on others. So if you hit your friend, what were you expecting would happen? Oh, I wanted the toy. Did you get the toy? No. So your expectation was not met. But when you hit your friend, look, he's crying or his face is bleeding. Did you want that to happen? No, I didn't. Okay, so next time we're not going to do that. We're going to do something that is not hurting another person. Learning to alter actions to get a different result. This is what I just said. Next time, instead of punching your friend, we're going to run around. We're going to go punch a beanbag. Understanding and responding to social cues. Thinking independently. Asking them, so what do you think would happen if you did not punch your friend and asked nicely, may I have this ball? Making them think about what they did. Recognizing and solving problems, we already talked about this. Being compassionate and empathetic towards others. Entering and exiting groups responsibly. You go play with your friends. You don't go and just destroy what they were doing. You go and join them, and you exit properly too. Developing a sense of self-efficacy, knowing who you are, what you're doing, you're responsible for your actions. Managing delayed gratification. For example, I tell them, if you be the best child today, at the end of the day, you'll get a surprise. And it's not a competition. Best child doesn't mean that the rest cannot be best children. Everybody can be a best child. You need to be the best of your version. Having a sense of right and wrong. So if I do this, this is the wrong move. I should not throw the ball to my friend's face. I should throw the ball to the wall. And then at the end of the day, you know what the right thing is and what the wrong thing is. What I do is when without telling them, if I notice that somebody is doing something really amazing or they are doing something to help their friends, I don't tell them until the end of the day. And then at the end of the day, I tell them, I saw you do this and this today. For that reason, you're going to get a lollipop today when you're leaving. Because I appreciate that they were not looking for my approval, or they were not looking to see if somebody was looking and recognizing what they were doing. But at the same time, I'm trying to tell them that the right thing is the right thing, and you get a surprise or something for it. So that was my presentation. Thank you for listening to me. Now I'm going to listen to you. Do you have any comments, any questions? Yes.
Good morning. Yes. Self-management and resilience, and there are so many things that I can relate to. Where I have a very small school, but you have all sorts of children. I know last night I had a conversation with somebody from the management committee, and we were talking about a special child who he has some behavior issues. So I was telling her that I put him, I call him and I talk with him about it, and I said to him, I know that you're feeling some things that you don't understand, but it's not right to disrupt the class or to hit the others, you know. So I told him that if you want to scream, you need to tell me so that I can allow you to go outside. I said, because I know that he's also missing his mommy. And he wants that attention. So I said, if you want me to go outside with you, I asked teacher, tell me, I'll go outside with you while you scream. I won't allow you to be out there. You know, I told him, it's not okay for you to hit Josiah. I'll give you a stick and you can hit a tree when you go outside. Yes, I told him you can hit a tree. And I tell him, you're not allowed to tear your books. I'll take you outside and I'll give you some paper or something that you can tear until you feel better. You know, and she was saying to me, how do we get that? Because she's saying she would tell him, if you hit the child again, make him hit you back, you know. So I'm telling her, no. One thing I want to get to is to get him to manage what he's feeling and to handle himself during these episodes, because sometimes he spits on himself and he spits on his desk and he starts to scream and he allows the tears and the nose and the mouth and everything, and it's all over the place. And, you know, it's difficult to clean up sometimes. So, you know, talk to him and get him. He's not quite there yet, but the teacher reported to me on Friday and Thursday. She said, I don't know what you told him, you know. But I realized that before he acts in class, he stops now to think about it first, you know, and she's not getting that amount of episodes from him anymore, you know. And the person from the management committee was saying to me, my son didn't want to come to your school because he said that he came there when he was crying, you didn't pay him any mind. And I said to her, maybe I still do it, because that boy is now a graduate from university. I said to him, I still do it. It's not that I am ignoring him, but during the crying, I want him to manage himself and stop himself. And when it's a tantrum, I don't interfere. I allow them to go through without. When they're finished, then we have a conversation. And I talk to see why, and I tell them what I want them to do. But I don't feed into that emotion at that time. I don't want them to feel that they can get my attention by throwing a tantrum or misbehaving. So sometimes I ignore the action, I continue what we're doing, I allow the other children to continue. Then afterwards, on a one-on-one, we talk. So social emotional learning is something that we as practitioners are learning also, because we were not cultured that way in our society. So it's something new that we are learning, and we are trying to send it to the children. So, you know, I'm sort of excited when I get these things, or when I learn. I did something last year with NCEL, and it was one of the first time it really came to me like this, and it's very exciting to hear. So I'm very grateful to you, and it is really what they need to begin school early.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. May I give you a suggestion for that little boy? So if you ask him, his emotions are going into his hands, because you said he's hitting, right? Yes. So if you ask him where is the energy going, and he says in his hands, and try to see if he's missing his mommy, because sometimes there is something you can do that instead of having that burst of emotions, he can remember mommy. For example, he can draw a picture, or you can give him a little notebook and tell him to draw a picture every time he misses mommy. He's using his hands. He's connecting that hand to mommy, and he's drawing a picture, and then he can take the picture to his mommy at the end of the day. Oh, I see. Yeah. I think somebody here.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
And very good and informative presentation. You made a point about a child who, when they go to the daycare or the caregiver for the first time or any amount of times, and they're crying for the parent, and the parent seems to be apprehensive of leaving the child behind. I love when you mentioned that that's a good thing that the child is crying after you, because every time we start a school term, we find that parents seem to be agitated that the child is going to cry to death, because and we have a situation like that right now. A new parent came this term, and the mother comes every morning and she sits with her throughout the whole time. And you can see the concern and the fears on this parent's face, not the child's face, you know. The child is there crying, but the parent seems to be so fearful of leaving this child, as if this poor child, she's not going to come back to see the child alive, or, you know. So literally, it's the parents who have the issues. How do we deal with that? How can we counsel with them, the parents, to say the child will be fine? Crying is not a death sentence. It's normal for them to cry. How can we help the parents, to deal with this issue?
Yes. So parents sitting with the child the entire day is not teaching the child to attach to somebody else. So that's not going to be helpful to the teacher. It's a normal process. Even as adults, this is what I give my parents these examples. When you go to a party and you know nobody there and you have never been in that building, what is the feeling that comes to you? You jump into it and you want to be there? No, you're a little bit timid. You're reserved. You want to see who is who, get to know people. If they leave the child, it gives the child the opportunity to make friends, to know the teacher. But if the parent is there, the child is going to be constantly with the parent. What I do, and I don't know if you can do it in your class or not, I tell them, leave the child, and I promise you during the day I will send you little videos and little photos of them.
Of the child interacting. The child was there in the classroom interacting quite fine without the parent being there, and I was in the process of having to take the video to send to the parent, but something distracted me and I didn't get a chance. So that's a very good idea. Yes. And I've done that before with another parent and she enjoyed. She sent back, she WhatsApped to me and thanked me for sending the video because it kind of cause her to be calm, and really be confident that, yes, the child is in good hands.
It's the parents. The parents normally feel guilty leaving their children behind. That's the reason it's causing them so much anxiety.
So I just want to even add to that, say it's not only just socializing, but in eating. Child don't eat that at home. And at school, they eat everything.
Yes. Yes.
Because they see their friend eating it, they're just eating it. And I like that party thing. Because when they go to a new party, they don't go back out. They stay at the party and have fun. Yes. So the children, when they come to school, I just tell them, just go on. So again, in this session again, I see that parenting, education is important.
It's very important, yes.
Creating awareness for parents. In our online chats, getting some very informative, very engaging, and some comments. Yes, children need to understand the impact their actions will have on others. This way, they learn early to take responsibility for their actions. Another comment, children sometimes play and hit each other and another child, and they feel bad about what they did. Then they say sorry and find a way how to share their toys. And this helps with problem solving, right? Another comment is children need help to learn the terminology of emotions. And this is where your presentation was very vital. You shared vital information on that. And I have a question from Lorna. She's asking, at what age do children learn to share?
They don't learn to share until they are 3 years old. So if they are younger than 3 years old, what I do for them to share anything is I'll tell them we take turns. And if they still don't understand what taking turns is, I tell them, look at my watch. Do you see this? When this gets here, he's going to give you the toy. And I make sure I do that. If you have the hours, the hourglass, they are really, really helpful. If you have a 1 minute or 3 minute or 5 minute ones, I tell them you can play with this car, whatever you're playing with. We are going to turn this around. The minute the top part is empty and it's in the bottom, you give it to your friend. And they take turns that way. That they understand that, but they don't understand sharing until they are 3 years old.
Okay. So we have, for the persons that are face-to-face, we have 2 giveaways, and Dr. Manoukian can ask her questions to see who was listening very attentively, and that person or those persons will get the prize.
Okay, so can anybody name 2 of the social emotional learning parts? Go ahead.
Self-awareness and self-management.
Perfect.
Awesome. So we were listening, right?
Oh, that's so cute. Does anybody know any of the intervention methods? Just one will be enough. Social learning intervention methods. Somebody at the end has.
Oh, she held up her.
No.
Oh.
Yes. No, intervention methods.
Intervention methods.
Yes, perfect. Family engagement. Yes.
Awesome.
One more?
You have another?
She had her hand up. Pretend play model, perfect. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask, how many of you work with toddlers? And how many of you work with preschoolers? Oh. Anybody working with infants? Oh. Very nice. Which group is everybody's favorite? Infants? 2-year-olds. Troublemakers? It was her. So thank you very much for listening and participating. I really enjoyed it. You all are making the biggest difference in the world because you're bringing up the next generation. And we know the only way we can change the world is by having the next generation be the best of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elaine Manukian. Very informative session, looking at how we can have children regulate their emotions while building relationships with others, how to create self-awareness and awareness integration. It was awesome having you here today. Lovely. For those online, thank you so much for joining. Remember to complete the evaluation forms. For persons face-to-face, please ensure that you would have signed the register and also completed the evaluation forms. We take a break now for lunch and return at 12:45. Are we just sure?
So at
yeah.
So at 1 o'clock, the presentation is done by my professor,
Dr. Troop.
Dr.
Right.
Troop, and
so return.
Yes, and it is actually, it's a kind of a continuation of this same session. That one is more, that's fantastic. Mine wasn't.
Yours was awesome. All right, so thank you all.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1,000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the first 1,000-day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the first 1,000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1,000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1,000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1,000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000-Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000-Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope we haven't eaten a lot and we're too full because we want to be engaged for this afternoon session with Dr. Mary Troop, right? This session is titled Teaching the Skills of Peace Through Children's Literature. Dr. Mary Barbara Troop. She is a domestic and international mentor, a coach, a consultant, a dissertation mentor and contributing faculty at Walden University, USA. She's also an early childhood adjunct faculty at University of Florida, Southwestern State College, and an Emerita Professor of Education from Ohio University, USA. Dr. Troop has more than 50 years of experience in the field of education as a classroom teacher, curriculum specialist and administrator, higher education faculty, early childhood programs director, and assistant dean for academic engagement and outreach in a research active college of education. Her publications, conference presentations, and workshops for the past 2 decades have focused on mentoring, coaching, transformational leadership, creativity, and story writing, and also telling based on local resources in national and international contexts. She considers herself to be a lifelong learner and an engaged scholar. Now, teaching the skills of peace through children's literature.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. And I think it's my job to keep everyone awake. Am I right? Okay, so let's help each other out where that's concerned. My presentation, Teaching Skills of Peace Through Children's Literature, can be embedded in using children's literature in various forms. We have oftentimes posters on the wall for children. We sing songs. We have chants. We have a lot of things for children that are print-based, and then we have books. A lot of times we have smart boards in our classroom, so we have images projected on the wall for children to see, different activities, and when it comes to the end of the day, they want to hold something. They want to have something real in their hands that doesn't need a battery, that doesn't have to be connected to the internet. And oftentimes that's a card, that's a book, that's something that is print-based, that helps them learn the language in many different ways. It helps them remember in many, many different ways. So although I'm going to be talking about children's literature, I'd like for you to think broadly about the topic of children's literature and what that means. It means our interaction with each other, the dialogue that we have. If you're texting someone, that's print-based. They see the text on the telephone and so forth. So children are very engaged also in looking at the environmental print around them, all the wonderful, fabulous posters that I have seen here in Kingston, especially coming off the airplane and walking through the long corridor. There was a sign about PALS, so that I know that learning about peace and peace initiatives are very important in the country of Jamaica, as they are in an international context. And thankfully, we have been blessed, truly blessed, to work with young children and to begin at the beginning and to help children gain those skills of peace and lay the foundation work for a more peaceful, more profitable, happier existence for the future. So we will begin now. I'm going to see how good I am with this technology that they have graciously provided for us today. And they said I had 50 years of experience working with teachers and children. That's actually true, so I need my glasses. Okay, I have identified 4 different objectives that I want us to be able to cover in this next hour that we have together. And one is to recognize 10 strands of teaching skills of peace that are supported by researchers and also supported by selections of children's literature. I say 10 strands. There are more than 100 strands of teaching skills of peace, and we know that it is our interactions with each other, our interactions with the child, our interactions wherever we are, our tone of voice on the telephone, our interactions when we work with our colleagues at work. Those teach the skills of peace, not always what's written, because there is sometimes a disconnect between what is said and what is done by the adults. So we are the models. We are the script that children follow to learn the skills of peace. We're going to share some selections of children's literature that promote the skills of peace. And then Eileen and I, how many of you were in Eileen's session? Would you raise your hand? Good. Several of you, because this piggybacks on Eileen's session, Dr. Manoukian's session. And we're going to share some books with you. They are not the ones that are on the slides. I have a different set on the slides than the ones that we're going to be giving out a little bit later to some of you. We want you to share selections that you have in your centers and in your programs and that you have in your homes that help promote the skills of peace. Then we're going to also talk about writing books ourselves. Consider the criteria for making selections of peace-building literature. There are several selections for what is good and what is useful for particular age groups. And then we're going to respond to a need for children's literature when our books are in very short supply. Okay, so the 10 strands of peace that I'm going to talk about today, and remember there are definitely more than 10, almost 100. For those of you that follow the Reggio Emilia inspired education practices, they talk about there are 100 ways that children play, 100 ways that children are. So there are more than 100 ways to teach skills of peace. The first is knowledge of self and identity. Identity has been a really big, strong emphasis on who you are. Who you are. Do you identify yourself as a member of your family, as someone's daughter, someone's sister, someone's cousin, someone's neighbor, someone's friend? Do you identify yourself as a Jamaican? Very important. Nationality is a big part of self-identity. To be proud of their country, to look at all the positives that there are in the country. And books sometimes help with that. Making your own books, using photography to write your own books for children and to capture images that are in your own environment, particularly with the child involved in it. In Jamaica, the water is blue. One sentence, child's picture, creating your own books is possible. So identity, self-identity is important. Connection and cooperation. Very few of us can say that we live disconnected from others. We are connected with others in multiple ways. And hopefully it's in a very cooperative and collaborative manner. And children learn that many times by watching the way we interact. We cooperate with one another. On the classroom, we might have a sign that says out, and we might have a sign that says in, but if we decide that we're going to go out the in, children will notice that. They will notice that there's cooperation, that we have things that we follow, and that words are important in helping us with our connection and our cooperation with others so that things are organized. Imagination and playfulness. It's the imagination and the playfulness that help us find joy, find the wonder, find fun, and be able to discover new things. Most importantly is resolution of conflict, learning how to resolve conflict. Inner conflict is a big part of that, besides our conflict with our peers, conflict with our teachers or our caregivers, conflict with our parents, and so forth. Decision-making and choice, being able to have some autonomy, being able to learn self-efficacy, being able to have the agency to make our own choices and our own decisions. Acceptance of responsibility, sense of justice and courage, care for the natural world. You have so much natural beauty here for children to be able to learn about and focus on through children's literature, ways that we can care about with our natural world. Respect for diversity, respect for the differences in people, the different thoughts, the different ways of behaving, the different cultures, the different religions, and on with diversity. Abilities. Everyone has a diversity of ability. We are all at different levels. Global and cultural awareness, again, identifying with your nation, identifying with the different cultures, the different languages, the different families, the different systems of living together so that there is order. And being aware that it is important to respect that diversity and to learn about the cultural awareness, the people who are closest to us in our home, school, community, and nation. So, knowledge of self and identity, we're going to go through these 10. I'm going to go as quickly as I can, and I will be talking about different books. So I invite you to interrupt me at any time and let me know if there are particular books that you have in your setting that you think would fit just great. Or if you want to just take a note and then you can mention those later, that would be very much appreciated. So knowledge of self and self-identity. So from the sense of security and trust that's built during those early years, and I've been hearing those first 1,000 years and the importance of those, children come to know themselves. They're able to recognize their own unique feelings and their own unique competence. They learn to feel valued, accepted, and they learn to be loved. And certainly this does occur in that first 1,000 years, days, 1,000 days, but it does last for 1,000 years for certain. I would say we all need to feel valued, accepted, and loved, and the importance of early learning, of course, is just critical. Children gain knowledge of self from the relationships that they have with the important adults in their lives, at home, in care, in school, in the community, and of course beyond. The way a nation takes care of their children is very indicative of the level of care and integrity in that nation. Knowledge of self includes self-esteem, feeling good about yourself. Jamie Lee Curtis and others wrote a lot of books about being silly, being a little bit different, trying out new things, taking risks, and so forth. But learning how to accept yourself if you're silly or if you're moody, or very, very colorful books that help build children's self-esteem. Acceptance and appreciation of self lays the groundwork for accepting, appreciating, and loving others. From this secure base, children become aware of their interconnection with others, their families, their neighbors, their schoolmates, their church friends, their communities, their nations, and so forth. So knowledge of self also includes values, and many of these values piggyback on the things that we know: empathy, cooperation, conflict resolution, tolerance, team building, friendly interactions, interest, piquing children's sense of wonder and sense of interest, knowing what they're interested in. That's how we plan for children, isn't it? Children learn the skills of peace if they're interested in what's going on in the classroom and the items that are available for them to play with, the activities. Interest is very important. Caring, sharing, positively, and many, many others. Okay, knowledge of self also includes looking at those sensitive issues. Children who have been exposed to trauma. There are quite a few books available for working with children who've been exposed to different kinds of trauma. Children who are differently abled. Children who are adopted or have been in refugee situations and they go to live with a new family. Sometimes foster care. There are several books about foster care, some books about adoption as well. Children need to know the truth, in my opinion. They need to know the truth, and they need to know in the language that they understand and know that the people who are providing care for them now love them and care for them and want the best for them. So the next one, connection and cooperation. Okay, this little book is kind of follows a theme of a lot of little books, and in this little book, The Ants Who Couldn't Dance. So when the music starts playing, everybody danced except for the ants. And these ants could lift, build, and dig, so why couldn't they twirl, dip, and jig? So as the ants tried to dance, they learned to work together. They learn that together they can do things better than they could by themselves. It gave them a sense of connection with others that were doing this together, so there was teamwork, so the ants learned to dance. So with connection and cooperation, many times you have teamwork. Imagination and playfulness. We know that play is children's work. They're very serious about their play. Children are naturally spontaneous, imaginative, intuitive, playful, and more. Imagination allows children to discover many ways of doing things. How many of you were in the Play Matters this morning? So I'm talking about some things that were gone into in much more depth. Making sense of their world, practicing roles. Talk about the skills of peace. If you've had the same experience I have had with children in the home center or the play center, the way they interact when they're practicing the roles of their parents at home or the extended family at home. And I know that in my school, grandmother had the big place. She was so important. She's the one that made the cookies. She's the one that did everything. Learning about the valuing of that playfulness, looking at the way that you go together with children go together with many other extended family members. Discovering their interest. Children discover their interests, they practice their roles, and they develop many skills during play. So in play, children try out and they experiment. They try out new things and they experiment, discover what works, what doesn't work. They learn through trial and error. They learn to find unexpected dilemmas. And in solving those unexpected dilemmas with their friends, they are also practicing cooperation and so forth during imagination and playfulness. Pairing print material with the activities in the centers where they're making discoveries, so they have the print material, also helps build those literacy connections. So this particular one has to do with practice that's very common with children in the United States. And I don't know if this is something that's practiced with other immigrant countries, but I would imagine it is that the child chooses his or her name. And this particular book looks at this little girl who is from Korea, and Anwei, once all the children in the classroom suggest a name for her and put it into a jar, and every day she pulls one out and she decides if she likes that name and if that's going to be her American name. And at the end, she, of course, chose her own name. Imagination and playfulness also has to do with helping children find wonder and joy in the world, looking at the sky. There are two books about the sky that I really enjoy. This particular one looks at blue sky, all the different kinds of things you see in the sky. The child calls it a cloud sky, a rain sky, a wish sky, a storm sky, and so forth. Learning about the child's world, what the child recognizes, and then the other one is, of course, Eric Carle's Little Cloud. Resolution of conflict. Creativity involves the process of looking at things in a new way, a novel way, and children need to know, as all adults need to know, and that we learn through life, and that is that conflict is a normal part of our life experiences. Children experience conflict firsthand over having their needs unmet, or they want attention, attention has not been received, items have not been shared, and that there's often a clashing of ideas. A clashing of ideas, of course, are over mine, it's mine, or clashing of ideas over more philosophical kinds of things when they get a little bit older. Feelings of fear, resentment, and hostility can rise when children are not helped to understand the conflict, especially if it's like an inner conflict, and understand and express the emotions they are feeling. So learning about words, learning the names of emotions are very, very important. And this particular little book here is an alphabet book. I don't know if anybody in the room collects alphabet books. Anybody in the room collect alphabet books? Okay, a lot of people collect and write alphabet books with their children. This one is an alphabet book about emotions, and there are a lot of them out there. You get to advance the slide, Eileen. If I'm in the way, I'm sorry. You'll have to tell me. So children learn feeling words, and they learn how to recognize those facial expressions. Some children have difficulty entering play, and a lot of the reasons they do is because they don't understand the facial expressions of children. Again, children's literature often promotes pictures that have the images of the child making different faces. I know in a lot of early childhood centers, I know when I was teaching early childhood intervention that we had the feeling chart on the wall so that children could, if they were not, if they did not have the words, they would go point to the feeling that they were feeling. That is, of course, linked to print, linked to how I'm feeling, learning the words of emotion. Children can be helped, and children do learn how to express their feelings in appropriate ways. Children can learn how to resolve conflicts and problem solve for mutual satisfaction, and they learn to take those cues, those visual cues, from how they're feeling many times by their expressions and knowing their. One thing that we do often has to do with mindfulness, and I don't know if you all use mindfulness in your classrooms. Some of you may use breathing, help the child breathe in, breathe out, count to 10, and so forth. So one of these little books here is I Choose to Calm My Anger, and this is part of this little book has to do with breathing and mindfulness and thinking about making good choices. When I recognize that it's starting to escalate and I feel those feelings, that I can calm myself. I can calm my anger through my breathing. The children actually like this book, and I had one little child go and grab the book that helped him manage when he knew he was needing to do a little bit of extra breathing. Or they come to you and they want you to rub their shoulders, or they come to you and they back up and they put their hands here because they want you to pull them close so that they can help learn to self-manage and breathe and so forth. Conflict resolution. This little book is very much like a lot of little books that we have that have to do with something that doesn't usually make a decision, making the decision to quit. Well, the crayons decided that they wanted to quit. They didn't want to help this little boy, Duncan, color. The blue crayons needed a break from coloring all the water, all the skies. The black crayon needed a break from being the outliner. The orange and yellow crayon are no longer speaking because they need to decide which is the true color of the sun Is it yellow or is it orange? So this book is all about conflict resolution and how everyone got together to help these crayons learn to do what they can do best. There are several books with that same thing. And I mentioned before that internal conflict that children often have because they know I want to do the right thing. And why do my feet say yes when my head says no? The listen to child learns to listen. The child's natural gifts for empathy, collaboration, connection are the building blocks for conflict resolution. And from an early age, we know, as Eileen talked about in her session about fairness, children learn about what is fair, what is unfair, what is just, what is unjust. And this, of course, is on many, many different levels. Decision-making and choice. Making safe solutions. Children can be helped to understand that problem solving leads to safety, care, friendship, and community. Children who follow a schedule that is posted on the wall, they know when it's time to transition from one place to the other. We're going to move from one building to the other. What is the safest way? Okay, they decide they want to hold on to the rope and to walk. Sometimes that works, sometimes that don't. But if the children sometimes it does not work. So if children have the choice of deciding how we're going to navigate from one place to the other, then then sometimes honor that because they will learn to cooperate. So the only place I found that this didn't work was in China, where the bell rings and everybody goes into the hallway and nobody's in line. But most places this did seem to work, and with the children helping make that choice. And again, the idea is it is connected to some print that's on the wall that this is the time we transition from building to building. Negotiation helps avoid unpleasant solutions that can carry unpleasant and sometimes harmful consequences. A lot of teachers, even starting with 3-year-olds, have a peace table in their room. So that peace table is a place that they can go and they can sit and they can talk about what their disagreement was. And they do this by themselves. 4s are really better at it. They learn how to, it's your turn to talk, it's your turn to talk. We sometimes use the talking, but anyway, the print is there. There are books there that talk about peace table, and they talk a little bit about taking turns. A system with the 5 fingers of we're going to talk about the problem and so forth. Really good for kids that are getting ready to go to kindergarten. Decision-making, determination, and resilience. And keep on trying, keep on trying. And like there are a couple of books that follow the theme of it was the tortoise that won the race, not the hare, because the tortoise kept going. The tortoise was resilient. In this little book, this little bird lived on an island where the birds did not fly. But this little bird wanted the fruit from the top of the tree. So, and the other birds laughed at him and said, "Pip, who ever heard of a flying bird?" But Pip kept trying and was able to get the fruit. Acceptance of responsibility. That's a big one. And you know what? That's a big one for adults. I would say when I was the principal of an early childhood center, that was a really big one. And that was with adults. Take responsibility. We're all human. Take responsibility of what we're doing here. And so But taking responsibility for young children means a lot of times encouragement. Having an encouragement from each other, having encouragement from families agreeing that parent involvement is so important. And so this little book, I really like this little book because it's just so positive. And this rooster says, woohoo, you're doing great. We all need to hear that sometime. And sometimes we need to say that to ourselves. Reach that hand up, put back, and pat yourself on the back. You're doing great. It's really important for that encouragement because in our work it's very, very difficult. Resilience is so important, and we have to do that round of applause, pat ourselves on the back and say, woohoo, you're doing great, because we all deal with resilience. Sense of justice and courage. Okay, this poor chameleon was not a happy camper because this chameleon wanted to change. Well, we all know what chameleons are. The nature of the chameleon is they're very adaptable. So he learned some life lessons about sharing, about being kind, about trying new things. And most important, this little chameleon learned to express his feelings. And it takes courage to stand up for what you know is right and the courage to be yourself. Children, a little bit older children, learn to know that they are the role model of integrity. They're the role model that we're doing things because this is the right thing to do and not because somebody's watching us. And this is a whole series on this, the dragon, tame your dragon, work with your dragon for children who are need to know certain things about their own behavior and how they can role model for integrity. Care for the natural world. That is building peace. Understand and feeling connected with nature starts at a very early age. Children's sensory approach to life pushes them to touch, prod, taste, pour, physically connect with the rich environment in which they find themselves. And we all know that animals and plants and the out of doors all attract children. Children are very attracted to nature. So in your environment, when you have certain items from the natural world, to pair print with that, and so that children learn the print, the words right along with it, and encourage the children to develop their respect for and care for. I don't know if your classrooms allow you to have pets in your classroom. Having jobs, and the jobs, of course, that's all print. It's on a board. Usually they know which job that they have, what they're going to take care of. It builds awareness and responsibilities for the planet and respect for all life. Care and love of nature, our earth. Things I can do to help my world. The Earth and I. This is a book about friendship. The child has friendship with that, with the earth. And we have a few things like that. This is for the older children, What a Waste. It's more on recycling. It's one of the Dorings Kindersley books, and you know those books are very, very nice. This could be read by a 6th grader easily. It's more elementary age. So, and then I Am Earth talks about different items in the earth. So when the earth is sad, he is sad. When the earth is happy, he is happy. And taking care of the earth and how important that is. Respect for diversity. Children need support and understanding that there are good people who may look different and act differently than they do. So without that kind of support for diversity, children develop fears, misinformation, ignorance. They're the seeds of prejudice and stereotypes. That's one reason I think identity is so important, that they know who they are, they know who their people are, who their church community, what they stand for. They know about their country, the wonderful things in their country. We want children and everyone to be able to delight in the diversity, because we know that our diversity makes us stronger. Helping children gain a sense of who they are requires cultivating positive feelings about their family cultures, their home languages, their gender identity, and their ethnic and racial heritage. Anne Morris is a very prolific author that writes a lot about different kinds of diversities. And you think about it, we wear different hats all over the world, right? A lot of them are work hats, a lot of them are just for fun, a lot of them are like my hat. My doctor says, if you're out in the sun at your age, wear your hat, you know? We all wear hats. We wear, the chef wears a certain hat. And we talk and joke about wearing hats. We wear many different kinds of hats, don't we? And Morris is an author that writes about shoes, hats, vehicles, homes, and so forth all over the world. Respect for people from a variety of cultures, ageism, understanding all the different ages and not being afraid of certain age groups, different ages. Physical and mental abilities can be built from children's natural curiosity about all that's new and different in their world. Joy and diversity, there's diversity in nature. This is a true story. This about penguins in the New York City Zoo, and there was an egg that the gamekeeper found and wanted to know what he was going to do with the egg, so he just put the egg out and he watched, and two male penguins who were friends adopted this egg, and both of them raised these baby penguins. And then stories from nature, the friendships between animals are seen, the differences in how they get along, and the strong bond in friendship. This is one of my favorite ones. A baby hippo was drowning. The men went out and brought the animal back, and he went immediately to a tortoise, a very old tortoise, because of the roundness, and he bonded with that tortoise, and they became great friends. So we see peace building in photographs and illustrations, and this is the part that talks about, so how are we, all right, I like that better. That jumped in for some reason. I'm so glad this is here. So global and cultural awareness, we've already talked about that, haven't we? Oh, okay. So children grow up today in a world of unprecedented migration of peoples and of technological advances that have ushered in an independent global village. So many children do go back and forth between nations. I know I've talked to so many people here who say, I'm from Jamaica, but I live here. I live in Canada. I live in the United States. I live in the UK. But they are from Jamaica, and they identify as being Jamaicans. Many children Zoom, WhatsApp, and FaceTime with their parents who are living all over the world. And so although young children have a limited sense of distance, time, the amount of time. They are immensely interested in the world and what it's like and how many people live throughout the world. So they very much enjoyed just looking at maps, looking at encyclopedias, looking at atlases, looking at different things. And not just online on your tablets. They like the print. They like to hold that print. So people eat differently all over the world. Okay, they learn to cherish both their differences and their similarities. And that's part of the task of being a peacemaker. Again, that's one of Anne Morris's books that looks at different housing all over the world. And then there are a lot of enduring tales that have to do with tales that are told all over the world. And this is one where they go into the village and they're going to fix stone soup. And so someone comes and says, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm making soup. And I hope that I make enough soup for everyone in the village." So they started bringing vegetables and adding things to the soup. And by the end of the day, there was a wonderful soup that everyone could enjoy. So they all worked together. I know that in my classroom, actually, it was when I was teaching second grade, we did a stone soup. And I had several different books about stone soup, about the legend, and they brought items from home, and we made our own soup. Of course, it didn't last all day, but we started in the morning, and then we could each have a little cup at lunchtime. So choosing children's books. There are a lot of criteria. It needs to be the right book for the right child in the right situation, and it needs to have high literary merit. There are a lot of different topics, building children's imagination, helping children adjust to new things, helping children build friendships, create diverse friendships. And a little bit about pictures. Pictures should avoid stereotyping. Illustrations and photographs should encourage children to think, and adults reading the books, to think a little bit outside of their normal way of thinking. A lot of people like to use wordless picture books. It's the same thing as when you and I as teachers show them a picture and say, "Tell me about the picture," and then you write down what the child has said. That helps them learn the concept of writing their own books, having their own books. Peace-building environments. Okay, for that, the length and the amount of text per page should be appropriate to the age of the child. And there's one book that I don't have with me, and it's called Yo, Yes. And those are the only words spoken in the entire book. So each page, and it has different situations where that's the answer. So what do you think? Should this child do this? Should this child do that? Yes, this child should do this. Look here, pay attention. Yo, yes. Okay, there are a lot of different recommendations for resources, professional recommendations. Of course, the different medal winners that there are, and there are so many now compared to how many there were, talking to your librarian and getting their example. Many times books are in short supply, and children can be encouraged to produce books of their own. These can contain real-life stories of how they've dealt with conflict, fictional stories, children's own poems, songs and drawings on themes of peace. There is a little book here about how, let's see, I don't know, I'm not going to take time looking for it right now because I'm not saying it, about kindness, the power of kindness, and what is kindness like in the eyes of children. How do children, UNICEF has a book on how children all over the world defined peace, and different pictures, drawings that the children had about defining peace and what that means to them. So, if you don't have your own, many times there are Bible stories. And I'm sure a lot of you use Bible stories with children at home, in a child care, at school. But the different themes from the Bible stories. 2 examples there, the brave Queen Esther and Noah's Ark. Folk stories, the Anansi tales. Of course, Anansi's a trickster, and sometimes it does end kind of but we want to try to promote nonviolence when we can, and not necessarily destruction or something like that. Aesop's fables, and of course I alluded to a minute ago that the tortoise won the race. Tortoise and the hare is from Aesop's fable. And I definitely want to encourage you to write your own books for and with children, but that's another workshop. Closing thoughts. But we're going to talk about these, so we're not totally closing. But books should offer something to the reader and the listener. The reader, it's important that the teachers understand, because in that reading, there are seeds of activities that can be springboard activities that build on those themes in those books. Books at their best invite children to use their imaginations, expand their vocabularies. Again, learning the vocabulary of kindness, cooperation, negotiation, friendship, empathy, caring, who I am. Literature should both be a mirror in which children can see themselves reflected, and also a window through which children can explore the world around them. Books can illustrate the concept that people from diverse groups can play and work together, solve problems, overcome obstacles, and promote peace. So I want to, first I'll say thank you now. Thank you. I've enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure being with you today. So now it's your turn to share with us
your questions.
So I'm going to, this is still part of my presentation. So, knowledge of self and identity. Who has a story? Who has a book that a piece of children's literature or a song or something that is knowledge of self and self-identity? All right. All right. Okay, would you go first? I am adopted. Okay, yes.
Little Lion Goes to School.
Little Lion Goes to School. Do you know that one? Okay, terrific. Yeah. Well, one here and one there. Yeah. Okay, who has, now, let me say this. Little Lion Goes to School. Now, that wasn't necessarily for my presentation, but it was definitely related to my presentation. What I'm asking you to do right now is talk about sources that you have access to, that a lot of people have in their centers and they have easy access to. That's what I want you to share, so that you're talking among yourselves and you're sharing things that you do and you know that work very, very well. Because I talked about a lot of things that I use are when I was an assistant principal and a principal supervisor, what my teachers would use. And, that's been a few years ago, but some of these are very current too. All right, let's talk about, anybody have a book idea or a book that you use from resolution of conflict? Okay. Billy Bully. How many of you know that one? Okay, so she gets to choose between which one she wants. There's a book that calls, Eileen's going to do it, thank you. Talk and work it out, share and take turns, cool down and work through anger to calm my anger. So which one do you want? Okay, who else is going to share? We've got 3 books on this theme, and if you share your book, share your idea with us, you get a book. Who's going to share? All right. Okay, we can work it out. Is that one you have right now? Do you sing a song? I want you to stand up and sing a song as loud as you can. Okay, everybody, we're going to give her the hands. Here we go.
We can work it out. 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 Sharing, caring, playing, running, jumping, skipping. We can work it out. 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 Woo!
Woo! Great. Okay. Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Yes, it was. Absolutely. Okay. How about care for the natural world? Care for the natural world. Anybody do recycling? Earth Day. Okay, what do you do for Earth Day? Plant a tree. Go ahead. Give Mr. Howell one of those books and second books. Was there Mr. Howell? The book on the bottom. Okay, thank you. Yes, Earth Day things are very, very important. Do you have any books on Earth Day? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there.
You have one left. Did you give Mr. Howell his? Tell him that it's not for him, it's for his librarian. That's a really good book. It's a good book.
That's a true. So, you
what
want
two are going to get these books on the earth, taking care of the earth? Love of nature. Does anybody talk about being nice to those poor stray dogs in the street? Somebody back there does. Okay, that's taking care of nature. Taking care of pets. Okay. How about if you see trash on the ground, pick it up? Pick up the paper. Exactly. You can write a book about the ways that we care for the earth. We pick up the paper off the ground. You know, like I used to tell my teachers, don't you tell me that's my child doing this. That's my child not walking by and not picking up that paper off the floor. Every child in this place is your child. You go and you help that child. Is there something you could do to take care of the earth? Pick up the paper, put it in the basket. You know. Okay, how about global and cultural awareness? Climate change is huge. Are you all suffering from climate change? I know I am in Florida. Yeah. My house was under the hurricane. I still haven't part of my roof. My ceiling's still out in my bedroom. It's bad. Oh. Okay, respect for diversity. Okay, what do you do for respect for diversity? Okay, this is... So, diversity makes us stronger. Does anybody work with special needs children? Children who have disabilities? Okay, Eileen, you work with a child with autism? Okay. Eileen, for the Our diversity makes us stronger. Then this little book is for young children. It's called Same and Different. This lady over here talked about diversity. All people are beautiful. Same and different for the working with the child, the lady that talked about working with the child with autism. Okay, does anybody have an activity, and especially if you would enchant us with a song or a chant that talks about different emotions, how you're feeling?
Dr. True.
Song, anybody?
Responses from the chat. Your hand.
To the morning of the band, then shake hands with those nearby and greet them with a smile.
Who's the leader of that? Who is her assistant? Who's her assistant? Okay, the other one do that.
Another one is diversity.
Okay. I'm sorry. All right, thank you. And I want to say thank you to all the people in the chat, because there were a lot of great ideas in the chat.
Great responses.
Yes. Was that you? Okay. All right. So I think that concludes, almost concludes. Does anyone have any questions for me? And everybody's awake, but you know what? We have to owe that to these people who just enjoyed themselves with their songs and made us all enjoy. Yes, thank you very much. It's been, oh my gosh, writing children's books. All of those ideas you can use for writing children's books. I will be writing a book about Granny's Kitchen. Yeah. I have a grandbaby that is... I have a grandbaby that's only 8 weeks old, and my son said, "Mama, what do you want to be called?" And I said, "I want to be called Cookie, because I'm going to bake cookies with my grandbaby." And he said, "No, you're going to be called Gaga." So I said, well, good. That baby will say Gaga before he's going to say Mama or Daddy. He'll say Gaga first, so that's okay. But, okay, who's a granny who cooks with her grandchildren? All right. Oh, well, you know, I hate it. She had her hand up first. Does she already have a book? Here. Thank you again. And did you have some things you wanted to give out?
We can leave them for other session, since yes, yes, yes. You're wrapping up.
I thought I did.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we want to say thank you so much to Dr. Troop, who would have, presented and given us a wealth of knowledge, looking at when children communicate their feelings appropriately, developing positive relationships, and also looking at how books are always effective in developing children's creativity and critical thinking skills. Very educational, very informative, and very eye-opening session, right? Right? So let's give a round of applause to Dr. Trub, and thank you so much for being here. All right, so remember to take the time to fill out the evaluation forms and to ensure that you sign the register. We have a poem. Oh, Dr. Troop, we have a poem to close out.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you so much for joining us. For the persons online, awesome suggestions. So we're getting some positive feedbacks that they love the sessions, very informative, great presentation.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So it's really in our song, and the presentation is based off literacy, teaching the children through literacy, and I think that includes reading, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and means reading. We reading to them too. Also, and I find that in Jamaica, that's one of the biggest problems we have, reading. I find that the children don't read and the parents don't even read to their children. So, as I said, my name is Big Six. I'm the school boss, and I do things from my children's eyes. I'm a 6-year-old in this body. So this song says, it's a song, but I'm going to do it in a poem. Said, I'm glad me can read and write, although me have teeth in light. Hey, my mother and my father fight, but me glad me can read and write. Me not have to worry about bills to pay. Me not have to worry about go to work the next day. Me just get up and do what me for do, and me gone to school same way. Sometimes my mother hold on for me and sometimes my father hold on for me and them hold on for me like them a police, but me know me and a bad man. Me glad me can read and write, although me have teeth in light. And I just want to say, everyone inside here, read to the children. Read to the children. All right, thanks. Thank you.
So, okay, we have exploring the pillars, stimulation, nutrition, and safety coming up next. So persons can remain in this room if you would want to be a part of that session. All right?
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall. and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back. We now have Dr. Morella Lamont. I hope I pronounced that right. This is Exploring the Pillars stimulation, nutrition, and safety. The pillars of stimulation, nutrition, and safety are synonymous with the expectations of a well-rounded early childhood environment. Young children are dependent on these pillars to support their optimal development into well-rounded children. The presenter will discuss these elements of development as well as share best practices for enhancing the lives of children in the early years as they learn and develop. Now, Dr. Lamont. Dr. Lamont is currently head of educational studies at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, CASE. She is the 2018 All-Ireland Boss of the Year, a 2009 Commonwealth Scholar and graduate of the University of the West Indies. She holds a PhD in English from the University of Reading, Berkshire, United Kingdom. In 2011, Dr. Lamont's life writing piece, Lamont Hill, was shortlisted for the International Journal Wasafira New Writing Prize. She has also published as an academic with her title Reading Revival Sounds, Kai Miller's The Last Warner Woman, being featured in the Journal of the West Indian Literature. Dr. Lamont has published since October 2019 her first book for children entitled I Am Brave. Remember, please type your questions and comments in the chat. I now hand over to Dr. Lamont. Enjoy the session.
All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I know the names were struggling, but you did such an awesome job. Yes. Pleasant afternoon, everyone. It is awesome to see familiar faces from Portland. I was here pondering where I know that face from, and I was just so excited to recognize that this is someone I know so well. It's a pleasure to share with you, and I am guided by a well-known statement from renowned orator and former British politician, Sir Winston Churchill, and he is known to have given some guidelines for a good presentation or a good speech. And though some accused him of being sexist, I will note what he said. He said, a good speech is like a woman's skirt. Now listen carefully. It's like a woman's skirt. You see, dangerous territory? Dangerous territory. It should be long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to create interest. And so this afternoon, clearly, we're at the final session. So I am going to be just long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to create interest. And so you note my topic, exploring the pillars, stimulation, nutrition, and safety. And before we proceed any further, it is important to look at our session outline. I'm going to, of course, have my little introductory segment where I will read the poem Children Are as an icebreaker just to get you. You're few in numbers, but it's going to be interactive and you're going to talk. Yes, as well as I should welcome those who are online, because clearly we will have food for thought. This is an interesting topic. It is a well-needed topic for people within the educational, especially early childhood fraternity. Then we move to content development. And here I will discuss the 3 pillars that are mentioned in the topic. Pillar 1, stimulation. Pillar 2, nutrition. Pillar 3, safety. And of course, our culminating activity, where we will use creativity to write what has been learned about the 3 pillars. And of course, our conclusion discuss that the 3 pillars, they do not exist in isolation, but are intertwined, and reiterate that these 3 pillars are fundamental to child development. So that's our outline for the session. Just a few minutes that I'm going to be long enough to do what? Cover the subject, but short enough to create some interest. And so our culminating activity will certainly help us in terms of creating interest. So by way of introduction, the poem Children Are by Maisie Stewart, it's quite fitting. And it's fitting that it is May, Child's Month, and we are able to have this poem to begin the session. Now, when I read and extend my hand, you are going to read the remaining sections of that line of the poem. So, children are amazing. Even though we are few in numbers, I want to hear you, Oh, yes. They are believable. They are childlike, divine, energetic, fallible, gifts, here now, innocent, joyful, kind-hearted, lovable, magical, noble, open-minded, precious, questioners, resourceful, spontaneous, talented, unique, vulnerable, whole, extra special, yearning, zany. Laugh with them. Because guess what? And that word shows just how they have their unique, quirky personalities. When a child gives you a joke, sometimes you just have to laugh. And so this poem is quite fitting as we talk about the whole issue of stimulation. You realize all the dimensions that are mentioned there? All the aspects of the child's personality. And so, before we can even go any further, we have to look at the key concepts. It says that for the session, we are to explore. Exploring means to examine a subject or possibility completely or carefully to find out more about it. Then we have a pillow. What's a pillow? When you think of it, it's firm, right? And well, you can think of it in terms of pillow with the OW. That's a different word. But here now, we are talking about it as support, fundamental, right? Foundation, laying a foundation. So we are saying that these 3 pillars, they are important. And pillar 1, stimulation. And what I have done is to look at the research because, of course, we are about doing research at our institution. It says early childhood stimulation is defined as providing young children with constant opportunities to interact with caring figures. Please note that. See, constant opportunities to interact with caring figures and to learn about their environment from the earliest age. And so based on the poem we read, Children Are, I ask you, do you believe in the children you have in your care? You notice what the poem said? They are to be respected. But some of us, we will feel that we are the adults. Yes? So we are not to respect them. We are not to have that love and treasure them. It says they are what? Precious. They are what? Gifts. So here we are realizing the importance from early on in a child's life for that child to have the opportunity to interact with caring figures. So the challenge, and I hope from this session, that you leave here this afternoon feeling very challenged to go out into whatever spaces you occupy and to reach the children. Because guess what? The reality is that in our Jamaican environment, many of our children do not have the opportunity to interact constantly with those what? Caring figures. If I'm talking truth, let me hear you say amen. You're small in numbers, but Poco Church. I'm from Portland, so we are vibes people. So even though you're small in numbers, I expect to hear you responding to me. I'm not going to be here lecturing. This is not a lecture. We are sharing. We are encouraging each other because guess what? My mother was an early childhood educator. Oh, yes. She's saying, oh, yes, she knew her. And I'm telling you, before that, she worked as a helper, and when she got the opportunity to do that, I never saw somebody value a job so much. I learned how to make mobiles from very early because I had to help her. Every Sunday afternoon, she had to go to the school to put up mobiles, and everybody would be complaining. Sunday afternoon, they need to cook their Sunday dinner. Not my mother. And she would be pulling me along. And sometimes I go to spaces and people come to me and they say, "You're Miss Lamont's daughter?" And they remember the impact that she had on them. She might not have been through formal training. But you see this here, stimulation, opportunity to interact with caring figures. So for many children, you will be that caring figure. And that is why it's important. So this is research. It says, in practice, stimulation is about parents and other caregivers being responsive to the emotional and physical needs of their children from birth onward, playing and talking with them even before children can respond verbally. In our Jamaican context, we have a style where we love to say, "In ramp too much." Making us sit down, stop, play so much. And sometimes they will say, too, that you send them to school to learn. I remember my mother used to talk about that. Every day they're singing and singing and singing. But you see what it's pointing out? Caring. And in our context, catering to the emotional needs as well, even before they can respond verbally, and exposing them to words, numbers, and simple concepts while engaging in daily routines. As children get slightly older, the effect of these nurturing family interactions can be reinforced through teacher-led activities in the context of preschools or other center-based early childhood services. But the problem, colleagues, because we're all in education, is that for many individuals, for many children, they don't have these caring centers before they get to you in terms of school. So you see why your job is so important. So I hope you leave here feeling that you are a pillar of success for our society, because you might very well be that first caring figure that child interacts with. So you have an important role to play. Amen. Wonderful. And I want to touch on play as stimulation, because in our Jamaican context, we tend to put the children, sit down and keep yourself quiet. And just stay there. Just do some, him love run up and down. You say, he can't keep quiet. But we do not realize that, as it says, stimulation, that child is developing. And here it says play is an important. So this is a best practice. Play improves the cognitive, the knowledge-based, the mental capacity, the physical, social, and emotional well-being of children. Through play, children learn about the world and themselves. They also learn skills they need for study and relationships, such as confidence, self-esteem, resilience, interaction, social skills, independence, and curiosity. And then we can also look at the fact that it's not just the social capacity, but even their physical health. Because you know what is happening? We are having an obesity epidemic within our society among our children. So we are saying physical play, such as running, skipping, helps children develop good physical fitness, agility, stamina, coordination, balance, muscle development, and motor skills. Very important. So, what are some of the examples? And right now, I am touching on an area that, for many of us, it's like a dying trade. When I spoke to some students recently, and they were talking about how they could integrate games in their teaching, many of them did not know what a farmer in the den is. Right? And here we have an example. A farmer in the den teaches about family life. When children play this game, they experiment with the roles of the people in their home, school, and community by coming into contact with the needs and the desires of others. Musical chairs, 1, 2, 3, red light. Play and games contribute to children's motor development and body awareness as they use their bodies. Using their bodies through play and games enable them to feel physically confident, secure, and self-assured. Even Simon says it helps the students to listen. So that's a language arts strand you're helping right there. And you are helping them to learn how to follow instructions. Chinese telephone can be played for just fun, but it also helps in teaching communication skills. So what does this mean for you, the early childhood educator? What does this mean for you? Talking about stimulation. It means that when you are interacting with your students, you have to think about stimulation through play. How can you utilize play effectively in your classroom strategy? How can you ensure that your students not only just get the concepts? Because guess what? Sometimes we become so focused on getting them to get the concept that what? They're not enjoying school. And so from a very early age, we have inculcated in them a fear of school. And you see, when you reach the point where at that young age you start hating school, it is very difficult to shift that perspective. So, stimulation. Stimulate them mentally, physically, and recognize that through play, that's a key way that you can do it. And you can utilize games that we feel have been so abandoned by our society. Because guess what? People are with their tablet. The children are with the tablet playing games on the tablet. They are around it. They're watching TV. So many of these activities that would also help them to develop muscular strength and so on, we are losing it. So I was talking about the development, and so it makes me move to nutrition, pillar 2. And you recognize there's a connection. Because if it is that the child is not nourished, how is it that that child is going to be able to move? How is it that that child is going to be able to contribute the way the child can? And it says here that research provides evidence that joint intervention in terms of stimulation and nutrition is crucial to the development of young children. So we were talking about games, a farmer in the den, stimulating the child. So you don't need to come and say, oh, you know what? This child needs to learn how to write. And you give the child the pen and the book. You need to help them to be stimulated cognitively. And here we are talking as well, not just about stimulating, but about nutrition. And it says here, based on research by Grantham and McGregor, that it lays the foundation for their capacity to learn and to lead healthy and productive lives. So, I hope I am challenging you this afternoon that you realize that what? Don't think that you're just at early childhood. My mother never taught that. For her, it was the biggest job she could ever have. And she viewed it as such an important way to contribute to nation building. And so I'm saying here, even in this aspect, recognize that without you, our early childhood educators, we would never be able to benefit. So as we move along, some of the things you have to think about: children's first foods too often lack diversity and are low in energy and nutrients. Globally, 1 in 3 children aged 6 to 23 months is eating the minimum diverse diet needed for healthy growth and development. And now we come to this point of the way our Jamaican children are eating. And when I spoke, I mentioned to someone that nutrition is so linked to the development of children. You know what the person said to me? We talk about the bag juice and the whole issue of the cheese tricks and the snacking, the constant snacking, and what we are facilitating. And this is why ventures to get more healthy meals in the schools, these ventures are important. But you may ask me, what can I do as a teacher, as an early childhood educator? Look at this diagram we have here of a meal plate. And this is suggesting to us that diversity is crucial for our children. And if you are just constantly facilitating within our schools where they're just having cheese tricks and bag juice, some children, they're coming from their home, and as they reach the school gate, bag juice and cheese tricks. And I know for many of us adults, we suffer from the itis. I don't want to use the N-word because some African Americans would be upset with me if I give it the full name. What the other name is, Mrs. Harrison? Ethnic fatigue. Ethnic fatigue. To be politically correct. But children can also say what? You said it, not me. You said it, not me. The ethnic fatigue. So many of our children, after lunch, why do you think you have so much problem? I'm going to assess schools and I hear people say, oh, don't come after lunch. I'm saying, wait, so it's a different segment upon after lunch. A lot of it has to do with what they're eating. So we have to pay attention to that. And that is why you also can help them. I know you teach it, it's a part of the curriculum, but even modeling your behavior. That's a best practice, You know that some students don't know that teacher can run or wear tights and shorts. I remember a student said to me, Miss, me never know the teacher go to the bathroom. Me frightened the first day, me say, teacher go to the bathroom. But they should see you taking care of your own health. Well, she was saying that to me. Can you imagine? So I'm saying, but that's a pedestal that some of them put their teachers on, So model how you eat as well. Believe you me, we talk about the hidden curriculum. Sometimes you are there, you're doing your own things, minding your own business, and you don't realize that the children are observing you. When you have a teacher's day or a professional day, watch how some of the students dress. And watch especially if they have a female teacher, the heels and the stockings and so on. They really are observing you. And so I will say to you, even in terms of life, you know what? Life skills should be taught, in school. But these are the ways we can get it in. Because what is more important to you than your health? What is more important to you than your health? You lose it, what? Everything goes. And we should start right there. That's why it's saying it's a pillar. And remember, somebody was saying, pillow, not the pillow that you sleep on. We're not going to sleep on this one. It's what? Fundamental to their development. Yes. Yes. Or you eat with them. Yes. Yes. Right. Important for you to model. That's a best practice when it comes on to nutrition. And showing them that plate, the diversity that they need to have. But what the research is showing is that most of our children, they are not getting that diversity. So that is a problem for us. Because it means if they are not getting that diverse plate, then our children are not developing the way they should. So we can say then, and you know, we don't even have to go abroad, you know. The research done by Grantham McGregor shows they studied stunted children in Jamaica in 2007, ages 9 to 24, and these were children who they were able to assign different areas to them. Some nutrition only, stimulation only, some nutrition and stimulation, and a control group. And they found that even when they were stunted, after they gave them proper nutrition, there were changes. So a lot of it, they were looking at Vietnam, but see research here on Jamaica. And we're able to see that the impact of nutrition also facilitated stimulation and how the students improved. They tracked them right up to the secondary level from the early childhood level, and they were able to show these changes. It says after the 2 years of intervention, so they had 2 years where they really utilized the supplements, the benefits from a combination of nutrition supplements and stimulation were additive. And the children receiving both treatments caught up. You hear that? Caught up. So you see the power? So we are really not emphasizing this enough. They caught up to the non-stunted control group. So I find that in our society, we tend to make decisions, but we're not looking at the research to see what the data is showing. See, research here is showing us. And this was 2007. And they tracked these students up to the secondary level from early childhood, and they're able to see these changes. So we are saying from the plate that young children's diets are frequently comprised of grains with little fruit. The reality, little fruit, and many of them, they're not having the vegetables and the variety. Many are increasingly being fed sugary drinks and packaged snacks high in salt, sugar, and fat. So we wonder why now we are seeing many of our children having obesity, diabetes, hypertension, all of these problems. It says children with insufficient diets are reported to have more problems with health. And if you want to think it's just health, it translates to their academic learning. This is not me now, this is a Public School Review 2022 research showing that. They are also having problems in terms of psychosocial behavior. Malnutrition can result in long-term neural issues in the brain, which can impact a child's emotional responses. You know, some people say, I feel depressed, or I feel a certain way. How you feel have a lot to do with what you're eating. A lot of people don't realize that, So even for children, it's saying that what they are eating impacts their emotional responses, their reactions to stress. So you wonder why some of them are behaving that way in the classroom. And you know what? This topic, the more I looked at the topic, I am realizing that not enough research has been done on it. The impact of nutrition on the behaviors. Ms. Harris, I know you're a research person, Mrs. Harrison. The impact, especially within our Jamaican context. It says it impacts a child's emotional responses, reactions to stress, learning disabilities, and other medical complications. So we do have our way in terms of what can be done. Well, one suggestion is collaboration. They are talking about this initiative. Many of you would have seen it, the National School Nutrition Policy, where they are talking about an initiative in terms of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health and Wellness and all of that. They are good initiatives. Anything that we can do, we need to do because it's a problem. All right? So connected to that is our final pillar, safety. And you see how I told you that based on Sir Winston Churchill's guideline. Yes, I'm coming. I am going to be long enough to cover the subject, but short. See, I'm getting through it short enough to do what? Create some interest. Yes, Mrs. Harrison, go right ahead. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
or their psychological behavior, because in the summer, you know, we have a lot of fruits, so that would have changed a bit. I would really like to see a research.
Yeah, and
that,
I don't think that research has been done, you know. Because when you look even at our school, we see so many mangoes on the ground and so on. So perhaps the
for me, my mood change in the summer because mango is out and June plum, and those are two of my favorite fruits. And you know how I behave with mangoes, Dr. Lamont. So you know, I would have really loved to see what the result would be, because we're saying that they are not doing well because of what they're eating. Is one of the things that they're lacking.
Yes. So that is something definitely, that's an interesting point. And for academics and so on, it's research that needs to be done. It will be valuable. Looking at safety, that's another pillar. We talk about the physical environment, and for you as early childhood educators, you are so familiar with the importance of the health and safety requirements, the adequate spacing for children, facilitating the development of the children and staff, monitoring hazard-free environments. And now you know what I put there? Security measures. Because with what we see happening globally, that is, you know, we give thanks, but you know, we are in a global space. So security measures is also something that we need to consider in terms of the physical environment. But it's not just the physical. Training the children to take personal responsibility. And it's in their curriculum too. We talk about stranger danger, reinforcement of this content via the curriculum and play for children to be aware, because we realize the world that we live in now, we cannot think that, yes, the poem we read spoke about magical spaces, but the reality is, as the caring persons that they interact with within the school system, this becomes important. And one of the best practices that I want to share with you as well is practicing active supervision. Seeing yourself as caregivers. You're not just teachers, you know, you surpass that. You transcend that. And when we talk about active supervision, you are providing nurturing care and communicating with the children about safety concerns. And you're also helping them in terms of some strategies. And there I have a little diagram that kind of summarizes active supervision. You arrange the environment in such a way. Most of you practice this because, you know, you set the chairs and the height and so on of the children are brought into consideration. But you also need to look for all targets that could impact them in terms of hazards. Also, scanning and counting. Many teachers practice that. You know, I remember going on a trip and we were laughing because one of our instructors, in counting and naming the students who were going on the trip, he included himself. So he was calling out his own name. So I'm saying scanning and counting, positioning staff, very important. Yes, because you have to see, monitoring, be attentive, listen, engage and redirect and anticipate behavior. So this is the kind of diagram they use for active supervision. So as early childhood educators, a best practice is to practice these pillars of active supervision. And I'll show you a picture here. Look at there's a teacher. The students are on the playground and she's positioned in such a way that she can observe and see what is happening. And sometimes you'll see teachers even assisting them while they're at the playground. So it's very important to utilize active supervision in terms of safety concerns. So we talk about the whole issue of safety. We talk about the whole issue of stimulation, play as stimulation. So now, remember we spoke about creating interest. We just where you are, select one of the pillars, just 2 minutes really, and write what you have learned about the pillar. You can choose, because guess what? We spoke about play. This is a part of play. Whether you can sing, because I know most of you can sing, you know, because you're early childhood educators, so you're very good at that. So you select one of the pillars, whether it's stimulation, whether it is nutrition, or if it's safety. And you're going to do whether a poem, a song, a riddle, just a stanza or a short version. and you have 3 minutes. You're not just going to write it, you know. Moderator, I thank you. I'm asking beforehand for 3 minutes. Just where you are, utilizing the microphone, you're going to share your little bit with us as we wrap up what we have learned from our content today. So I'll just give you about, 3 minutes to quickly think about what you have learned about the pillar that we discussed. And if you have any questions too, you can share, or comments, feel free as well. So this will be interesting because we may have some hidden talents. We may have some DJs, some people in the wrong profession amongst us, you know. So I'll just give you a few minutes to think about the pillar. And raise your hand when you're ready to share.
There's some comments from the chat regarding the discussion. So Betty Ann is saying after eating snacks, the children don't want to eat lunch.
True.
Because they're full. So her strategy was to switch the lunch time with the snack time, so they hardly eat the snacks at the center.
Very
and
good.
They have a full lunch.
Very good.
Right?
Very good.
Rebecca says, I share my fruits with them sometimes and encourage them to drink their water while I am having mine. Healthy Heart Club teaches healthy eating.
Good. That's modeling. That's a
Right.
best practice we were talking about. Something interesting is happening there. Do we have a body beanie woman?
I don't really know. Look how she's fat. I should do that.
Wait a little. He's coming to. I think he's setting the mic. Just hold on. He's coming.
Look how she's slim. That no mean she get vitamin.
Yes.
Eating right is eating fruits. Sugary.
Aye, aye, aye. Let's applaud her. For that short space of time, that was good. So we have another one. Yes? What? See, you have your gift there, Mrs. Harrison? What? See, other ads going up fast. No. Yes. All right. Very good.
That's a whole.
So if you could just clap with me. Eat up your fruits and vegetables. Eat up your fruits and vegetables. Eat up your grains and protein. Eat up your grains and protein.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so we don't have any others. Anybody else? Wants to share for the short space of time that you got? I have to say, very creative pieces. Awesome, awesome. And I have to say, in conclusion, that the 3 pillars, having looked at them, what we realize, they don't stand in isolation, but they are intertwined. That's what we can conclude from our presentation. And so, the discussion has come full circle. As we end the presentation, we had started with a poem about children are. And if we really want to love our children, then we must care for them in terms of these 3 fundamental areas: stimulation, nutrition, and safety. Children are, we're pondering, precious. Let us treasure them. Let us treasure them. And there are some references for those who wanted to look at the research, yes, that I mentioned in terms of Grantham and McGregor. That one was on Jamaica, so you may want to look at that research. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lamont, for that very engaging session. So we looked at the pillars: stimulation, nutrition, and safety, right? The physical environment. Anybody can tell us what standard that is? Safety. Standard. Homework, right. All right, so play, both mentally and physically, is very important. It lays the foundation to learn and lead positive and productive lives, right, Dr. Lamont? Not only is play important, but proper nutrition is very critical to a child's development. And stimulation is about parents and other caregivers being responsive to the emotional and physical needs of the children from 0 to birth and onward. So remember, we talk about the first 1,000 days. So this is a very important stage in our young children's lives. Thank you so much for joining us here and online. All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Howell. So standard 8 is safety, right? Thank you so much for joining us. Remember, please complete the evaluation form for the session. Let us know how you feel about the session. Give us your feedback. We welcome it. It's so great to have such nourishing information coming forward for the sessions. The sessions have been very engaging, and I want to thank the participants for being here, both face-to-face and online. All right, so we have coming up developing self-confidence and independence in the young children. So you can stay on this track for that upcoming session. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the three key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the first 1000-day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the first 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back. We are now going to have developing self-confidence and independence in young children. The presenter, Sharice Brown Cottrell. Cottrell, thank you. Miss Sharice Brown Cottrell is a committed senior lecturer at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. With over 28 years of experience in teaching, she spent 13 years as a primary classroom teacher and 15 in her current position as a lecturer, educating students from various social and cultural backgrounds. She possesses excellent administrative, verbal, communication, and written skills, along with constructive and effective teaching methods that promote a stimulating learning environment. She is very suited for language arts methodology, multi-grade teaching, and differentiated instruction methodology, and is teamwork oriented and a strong communicator. She is proficient in developing new lessons and activities to expand learning opportunities and extensive participation on committees and extracurricular activities. She is always involved in course team activities and curriculum development for students, and over the past year, she has extended her repertoire to include early childhood education and have been lecturing in that program at her current employment. Now, developing self-confidence and independence in young children. The development of self-confidence and independence during the early years are important qualities that starts developing from birth into adulthood. A child begins to respond to positive feelings throughout their everyday tasks. When parents and caregivers acknowledge the progress of a child, it helps with promoting their self-confidence and encouraging them to be more independent. Ms. Cottrell will explore the link with developing self-confidence and how it leads to independence during the early years. This will be supported with insights and best practices supporting the early learning of care in young children. I now hand over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. What's your name again? As Ms. Thomas said, I am Sharice Brown Cottrell from CASE, and today I'm here to speak to you on developing self-confidence and independence in young children. All right, this presentation is going to be an interactive one, so I'm asking you to give me your full attention, and if you want to move closer or if you want to stay where you are, I just want for you to participate. Thanks. Ellen. All right, so for this session, we will be looking first at the definition of self-confidence and independence. Then we will move on to the importance of self-confidence and independence in the early years. Then instilling self-confidence and independence, and then we look at the roles of parents / teachers, caregivers in boosting children's self-confidence and independence in the early years. So I'm going to be starting with this quote by Marcus Garvey, a very popular quote, I might add. If you had no confidence in self, you are twice defeated in the race of life. With confidence, you have won before you have even started. All right, so I'll repeat. If you have no confidence in self, you are twice defeated in the race of life. With confidence, you have won before you have started. Marcus Garvey. All right, so my first activity is that we'll be using Garvey's quote as a mantra. So I'm going to be asking everyone in the room to pretend, and those online, I'm sorry, that you're going to be using your right hand as a mirror. So everybody hold your right hand up for me, please. Look in that mirror now. And look at it, look at your reflection in this mirror. And then each person is going to get up and tell me 5 things about themselves, starting with I am. I am gorgeous. Please stand, Mrs. Harrison. Yes. So remember, you start with I am. Yes. Excellent. Yes. Good.
I am smart. I'm lovely. I'm assertive. I'm humble. And I'm pleasant.
Good. Gentlemen?
I am tall. I am slim. I am kind. I am confident. I am bold.
Okay. I thought you were going to say I'm handsome. That was the first one I was expecting. All right. Those who are online, you could share in the chat, and then we'll read them. Dr. Lamont?
I am pleasant. I am smart. I'm beautiful. I'm dedicated. And I am ambitious.
Okay, thanks. The other participants down there are not willing to share? Steve?
I am blessed and highly favored.
Yeah, good.
I am confident. I am loving. I am caring, and I am humble.
I am beautiful. I'm confident. I'm strong. I'm smart. I'm sexy.
That's right. All right. So we are going to continue. All right. You're going to now use your left hand. Hold the left hand as the mirror now. And you're going to look in that mirror. And you're going to tell your reflection at least 5 things you would want your child, your children, or your students to be. So I want you to start. Mrs. Harrison, we'll start with you again. Left hand.
I want my children to be the best that they can be. I want my children to be honest. I want my children to be loving. I want my children to achieve all that they can.
4. That's 4.
I want my children to continue obeying me as long as I live.
Thank you, Mrs. Harrison.
I want my children to be honest, hardworking, kind, bold, confident.
I want my students to be kind, God-fearing, smart, confident, honest, and I want my students to be the best that they can be.
I want my students to be obedient, brilliant, caring, loving, great achievers, bold.
I want my students to be good human beings. I want my students to be empathetic, to be respectful of others, to be ambitious. I want my students to be productive.
I want my children to be obedient, respectful, generous, caring, sharing.
Oh, left hand is the mirror.
Yes.
I want my children to be confident. I want my children to be hardworking. I want my children to have fun. I want my children to be creative. And I want my children to be respectful to all.
Thank you. Do you want to share what is online? All right, thank you. Yes.
All right, so from our online chat, so Kian is saying she is humorous, she's assertive, she's attractive, and gifted and strong. Navian is saying she's bold, honest, fair in judgment, self-motivated, and she always puts God first. All right, so Betty Ann also says she wants her children to love the Lord, to be confident, successful, to be kind and honest. And Cassandra says she wants her children and students to be appreciative of themselves, creative, bold, caring to one another, and hardworking. So we're having some positive affirmations.
Thanks.
I want my children to be bold. I want them to be happy. I want them to be loving. I want them to be achievers. I want them to be happy and respectful.
All right, thanks. Anybody else, or we can move along? Do you have more? All right. So we're moving forward. All right, so we had both hands as mirrors. So we had a right hand first, then you spoke about yourself. Now we want to put both the right hand and the left hand together. Yes, we're putting them together. So now that we have them together, do you see any of your reflection matching what you want for your child, your children, or your students? Remember, you know, what you had said that you want, when you looked in the mirror with your right hand, what did you see? And you gave me 5 things that you saw. Then I asked you to use the left hand as the mirror, and you did that. So now we are putting them like this. We are reflecting. Are you seeing the things within you that you want for your children or your students? All right, let us talk about that. What is it that you're seeing in yourself or you are displaying that you're not seeing in you did not ask for that to be in your children?
I have a happy for children, but not for myself.
So why don't you want to be happy?
I am happy.
All right. Anybody else on the other side, my lone gentleman? Mr. Ansom? Yes.
For me, I wanted my students to be God-fearing, right? I wanted that for them, but I did not see it for me because I am God-fearing. So I would want that for them.
All right, thanks. All right, so could you just direct your attention to the monitor for me? Say, we ask, what do you want for your child or your children or your students? I want the best for my child. I want the best for my children. I want my child or my children to be successful in whatever he or she does. And I heard most persons said that. I want my children to be responsible. I want my child or children to be assertive and forthright. I want my children to be happy, loving, and caring. And I want my children to be honest and trustworthy. Those were a lot of things that I heard coming out of most of the persons who spoke earlier on. All right, thanks. Mrs. Harrison, could you move along for me, please? All right, so at this stage, we're going to look at the definition of self-confidence. Our confidence, we will start with confidence, then we get into self-confidence. You want to go there? Or you want to go to a video first? Yes, go back to the video first, please. All right. On the other side. All right, we are having a little glitch, so we'll just wait until it is sorted out. But in the meantime, we can continue to speak. I realize that most persons said honesty, happy. I asked the question, do you think if you're honest, you're going to be happy? Or if you're happy, you're honest?
The last one doesn't always...
What's the... Well, no, give me the words.
The happy doesn't always mean honest. But I believe if you're honest, you're always happy. Once you're honest about what you're doing,
yes,
whether persons accept it or not, you are comfortable that you did and you said the right thing.
And that's important. And very important, yes. All right? And there's another word that a lot of persons use also, bold. Yes, most persons say they want their children to be bold. Why would you want your child to be bold? All right, so tell me why you'd use assertive instead of bold.
Being able to speak their mind with confidence.
Yes.
Without fear that, your opinion is not that of others. And that is a skill that he'll be learning from
Really.
When you're an adult, it will be easier for you to speak your mind. You don't have to do it in a way that offends others, but in a way that others can understand.
Right. All right, we're waiting for our video. Because the video is an integral part for us to use to move on. Thanks. All right, okay. Miss Thomas just said something. Because my friend, who is the only male that got up and spoke, he said he wanted his children or his child to be what? God-fearing. But he did not tell us that when he looked in his what? His mirror, right? So Miss Thomas just said something. Whatever we want our children to do, we must first what? Model it. So if you want your child to be God-fearing, I'm going to suggest to you that that child see you being a God-fearing person. All right. Still waiting for how you could read some more from the chat while we wait for the video to be uploaded.
Sure. So we would have been sharing what we want our students to be. Kimoya says she wants her students to be loving and caring and also to be successful. Annabelle says she wants her students to be kind, loving, sharing, successful, happy, and respectful. Okay.
So, 1 second, Ms. Thomas. I'll throw this out. A lot of persons said successful. What does that mean? What is success and what does it look like? Is it the same thing for everybody? No. All right. So based on the child that you have in front of you, success might look one way to one child and it might look a totally different way to somebody else.
Like accomplishing simple tasks.
Simple tasks, right.
Reaching certain milestones that may be a success for them.
Right. And that is why we always say when you get a classroom of students, not everybody is going to come on the same level. Not everybody is going to be having the same qualities. So you must learn now to do what? Treat each child as what? As an individual.
Hi, Max. And I want to tell you about an important word
so our
called
video is up
confidence.
now.
When you have confidence, you feel like you can do everything you need to do. My grandma taught me 3 secrets to build confidence, and now I'll teach you. Listen close. First, don't be scared. I used to be scared to try new things because I didn't want anyone to laugh at me if I failed. But now I'm excited to show what I know. Second, keep trying, even when you don't get it right the first time, because each time you try, you'll get it better. Once you do it better, you'll feel like trying again and again until you get it right. Third, be responsible. Work hard and learn all your super skills. Confidence is just a feeling unless you're working every day to build your super skills and your yes I can attitude. What did Grandma teach me? Don't be scared, keep trying, and be responsible. And if we need help, we can always ask our teacher. I know nothing will stop me from going to college and earning a degree because I learned to be confident. Senor Lionel knows he can be confident too.
All right. So with that little video about confidence, are you seeing the importance of having a confident child in front of you at school or at home? Talk to me. Yes. And I believe that if you truly have students who are confident, then we can move mountains. All right? So confidence is having good feeling about yourself, liking who you are. And for that, I will always say, don't let anybody let you feel bad about yourself. Never, ever. Believing in yourself and in the things that you can do well. God has given everyone a skill. Your skill might not be mine, might not be yours, but if you check yourself, you're going to realize that all of us can do something and do something well. So if you have your children in front of you at school, make sure you emphasize to those students their strengths and help them to work on their weaknesses. All right, next one. Confidence is being prepared to try other things. Sometimes you have your students at school or at home and they are good at one thing, but you never, ever give them a chance to try something new. And sometimes too, the students are not confident enough to branch out and to do something else. So you as the teacher, the caregiver, the parent, you must always help them to try other things. Next one, confidence is knowing that you matter to persons around you. I always tell my 2 children, you are the best, and I love you and I care for you. And I believe as parents and teachers, caregivers, one of the first things you must tell your children, that they matter to you. They matter. Their presence matter. Their lives matter. Because if you don't do that, then somebody else on the outside might tell them something different. The wrong person, right? Confidence is also the result of feeling valued, wanted, and respected. This is something that we see children going around all times. Those children sometimes don't believe that they're valued. They don't believe that they're wanted. They don't believe that they're respected. In a classroom, every child should feel valued. Every child should feel wanted, and every child should feel respected. And if we do all of these and look at confidence as all of these things, then we can start building confidence within our children. All right, here we are using the hands again. And we said self-confidence this time. You help others. You emphasize your students' strengths. You build self-image. You achieve goals. And you take risk. All right? I am going to start with the one that says you take risk. Some children are too protected in the sense that their parents, their teachers, only give them things that they're comfortable with. Remember what Lev Vygotsky said? That we must use what we call the ZPD. Everybody remember what is zone of proximal development? And we must also use scaffolding. So if we want to build our children's self-confidence, we can try using the zone of proximal development and allow our children to take risks while we, as the more capable persons, scaffold them along the way. How do my children achieve their goals to be self-confident? First thing, I, as the teacher, parent, or caregiver, must allow my students to know that I believe that they can. So I must communicate with my students that they can achieve whatever they set out to do. Sometimes your students are not self-motivated, and you, as a caregiver, the teacher, or the parent, will have to help to motivate them. Help them to build their self-image. When they look in the mirror, the reflection that they see there, they should be comfortable with that reflection. Emphasize their strength and help them to help others. Collaboration, cooperation, all of those things are important in building your students' self-confidence. All right, so we are now going to be looking at another video.
I'm independent, I can do it on my own. I'm independent, every day I get I'm independent, I can do it on my own.
Yes, I'm independent. Yes, I am. I can do it myself. I can.
I'm independent, yeah.
I can clean up any mess.
I'm independent,
I can get myself dressed.
I'm independent, yeah.
I can learn to tie my shoes. I can be on time for school. I'm independent like you.
I'm independent, I can do it on my own. I'm independent, every day I get. I'm independent, I can do it on my own.
Yes, I'm independent. Yes, I am. I can do it myself. I can.
I'm independent.
Now don't think I'm too little, because it just isn't so. I can put things away, because I know where they go. So if you need help, ask you know who, because I can do jobs like the big kids do.
I can do it on my own. I'm independent, every day I get. I'm independent, I can do it on my own.
Yes, I'm independent. Yes, I am. I can do it myself. I can.
I'm independent.
All right. I am independent. It is not what you do for your children, but what you have taught them to do for themselves that will make them successful human beings. Ann Landers. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with that statement? Yes. We as adults tend to have the tendency to say that children can't do this and children can't do that. But have you ever given them a task and allowed them to try and fail and then try again? As teachers, parents, caregivers, we must help our children to become independent. And without us giving them things to do, we are not going to know if they are independent. An independent child does it for oneself. Even if you make an attempt and the attempt is not the best, you will try and try and try again. An independent child follows routine. Every morning you take those little ones out of bed and you're going to get them to brush their teeth. After a few weeks or a few days, they should start developing a what? A routine, a pattern, yes. So if they are independent, they are going to be following their own routines or their own patterns. They explore. Don't have your children at school or at home and said, my child is a good behaving child. My child just stay one place in the room and don't go outside to explore. My child just look at the tablet. That is not making your child independent. Go out, do trial and error, explore, find things, come up with answers for things for themselves. That is what makes a child independent. An independent child also follows rules. I see everybody quiet for that one. Yes, I believe that if you're independent, you should also follow rules. Right? We don't want to have children that have a dependency syndrome. And from our little videos and talking and discussion, I am sure you're now seeing the connection or the link between self-confidence and independent. If you are a self-confident person, automatically, don't you think automatically that you'll become an independent person? Talk to me, Yes, you will become an independent person. And remember, we're trying to get away from the dependency syndrome. So we want to build our students' self-confidence and allowing them to become independent students. All right. So here we're now going to be looking at the importance of self-confidence. Why is it so important that in the early years that we start to develop our students' self-confidence? When a child has good self-confidence, it helps them to do what? Fearless and to be less anxious. And in a world like today, where so many things are there for us to be fearful for, we need now to what? Allow our children to experience less fear and less anxiety. Number two, It improves motivation and lets children feel a sense of accomplishment. If you have children who feel a sense of accomplishment, they will want to do more. But if I feel that I am not accomplishing anything, then I will want to do less. Self-confidence also enables children to be more resilient in handling setbacks. In life, there will be setbacks. And whether or not you are a small child, an adult, you must learn to handle your setbacks. And if we start by helping them to do that, to become more resilient and handle setback from the early years, then when they become adults, things will be pretty easier to handle, smooth sailing sometimes. Some of the hardships that they experience as adults, they will be able to deal with them. It is also important that self-confidence improves relationships and allows children to enjoy social interactions. I have been teaching for a long time. I've taught at the primary level, and I realize that if you have students there and the students are not feeling good about themselves, they are not going to want to socialize with other persons. Yeah, because if you don't feel good about yourself, you're going to be doing what? Shying away. You're going to be staying in the background. And we don't want students who are going to be staying in the background. Most persons say they want their children to be bold. They want them to be assertive. Self-confidence also gives students a stronger sense of their authentic self. One of the central tasks of teaching is to affirm your students' sense of self. So, if you help your students by helping them to affirm their sense of self, then they will become their authentic self. Independence now. So we're looking at the importance of independence. It develops children levels of self-awareness and sensitivity towards others. It teaches them self-motivation as they have the freedom to find their own reasons to achieve. And we all know that if you set your own goals, you tend to do what? Work towards them better than if somebody sets them for you. It provides them with the belief that they are competent and capable of taking care of themselves, which make them resilient to external challenges. It develops their other vital qualities such as patience, concentration, self-help, cooperation, self-discipline, and self-trust. It makes them happy and healthy as they feel a great sense of achievement and success as a direct result of their own actions. We all want to develop healthy, smart, self-confident, and independent adults. So if we want that to happen, we must start in the early years. All right? So we're now going to be looking at instilling confidence and independence through pride. So the first thing we will do is to praise appropriate behaviors. Every child will display behaviors that are appropriate and those that are not appropriate. But as teachers and parents, most of the time we tend to do what? Highlight the what? The negatives. But in order to develop your students' confidence and independence, we must also highlight what are the appropriate behaviors that your students display. Allow them to reflect on appropriate speech. We are in a situation in classrooms that children speak things that are out of turn, speak things that are derogatory, speak things that are so unkind. If that should happen, as practitioners, as parents, what we need to do is to help them to do what? Find what is appropriate. Then we have the I, and it says imitate. Imitate appropriate behaviors and play. What are you going to imitate? Who are you going to imitate? Who do you expect those little ones to imitate? Us as adults. Whether we are somebody in the community, we are parents, we are practitioners, we must first now do what? Model the behaviors that we want to see. So if you don't want your students to use or imitate bad behaviors, then we are going to be modeling good behaviors. Children live what they learn. Then we are going to go to D for describe. If Johnny does something and it is appropriate, just don't say to Johnny, good. That was good. Tell Johnny exactly what was good about his behavior. And if you point out to Johnny that X was good, don't you think the next time around Johnny would want to do X? Yes. So just don't say to Johnny, X was good, but say to Johnny the specific behavior that was appropriate. And E, I have changed my E from enthusiastic to enjoy. Whenever you're speaking to the little ones, and we are talking about the early childhood ones, speak to them in the correct tone, the correct voice, and at their level. We tend to believe that we should earn respect from the little ones, but we should not give it in return. And that's a bad thing to do. Right? So, whenever you're speaking to children, make certain that you speak to them in a good voice, you are enthusiastic about it, and you speak to them at their level. We have another little video. It's called The Reflection in Me. Here is our mirror again.
I like being you, said the reflection in the mirror. To me, you are perfectly perfect. I blushed. Me? Yes, you. And by the way, you have wonderful eyes. I blinked, astonished. I do? Absolutely. They sparkle like stars on the darkest of nights. I gazed downward. Thank you. Your eyes sparkle too. Sweet of you to say. You have a marvelous voice. I gently whispered, You really think so? Of course. You sound as joyous as a songbird, whistling in the trees. And you have a magnificent smile. I sheepishly grinned. Well, Mama always says, start every day with a smile. I agree. Your smile is as bright and cheerful as the sun in the sky. And you are quite smart. I took a step towards the mirror. I do try very hard. You sure do. You're as brilliant as a rocket scientist. I like that you are friendly. I leaned in closer. It's very important to be nice, you know. It sure is. You're as peaceful as a butterfly. And you have a lot of courage. I raised my head high. I auditioned for the school play today. Outstanding. You're as brave as a lion. You're a fantastic dancer. I spread my arms wide. Watch how fast I can twirl. Around and around I went. Amazing. You're as graceful as a dolphin gliding through the sea. I plopped on the ground, giggling as the room playfully spun around. And you have a terrific laugh. Thank you very much. Your chuckle fills the air with bubbly joy. But most of all, I like your heart. Your kindness is as beautiful as a rainbow. I stood up and walked towards the mirror. To me, you are perfectly perfect. I gently pressed my hands against the glass. I like being you. We smiled in unison. I like being you too. I want to be you forever.
May you always see yourself as truly, perfectly perfect. That little video, it's a small video, but it can do what? It can do what? Change life. Look at the man in the mirror. And if you are happy with the man in the mirror, what do you think will happen? Starting with the man in the mirror, you can change yourself, right? And change yourself. It is important, practitioners, it is important, parents, that we must build our students' self-confidence. And if your students are confident, they also become what? Independent. All right? So that was my little tidbit for the day. Thank you for listening. You are... What happened? All right. Go ahead. Looking at time. Sarah? All right. Or some ideas for you. Sorry about that. Allow your children to make their own choices at times. You can give them a little choice. What color crayon do I want to use today? What do I want to eat for breakfast? What do you want them to eat for breakfast this morning? Allow them to choose little things like that. That will help them to become independent. Help them to set small goals. And when they have accomplished those small goals, they can move on to bigger goals. Teach them to be mindful, right? Create opportunities to challenge them. Remember, you have to take them out of their comfort zone for them to be what? Confident, and for them to be independent. Encourage and help them to practice. It can be in sports, it can be writing a poem, playing an instrument, etc. Give them positive affirmations. Yes, you can. They walk up to you and they say, I can't do this, I can't do that. You encourage them and tell them, yes, you can. And when they come to you and say, I can't, repeat, I can. And allow them to say what they can do. And when they have accomplished that, then you point it out to them to remember you said you could not do so-and-so, and you did it. So you can do so-and-so the next time. Lead by example. Always model the behavior that you want your children or those around you to imitate. Give them a mirror. See how we have used the mirror today? In more than one ways? Remember, if you're trying to build self-confidence, you're going to start with the man in the mirror. Thank you.
Awesome presentation. Awesome. Very interactive. So, in conclusion, the importance of self-confidence. So, it allows children to experience less fear and anxiety. It improves motivation and let children feel a sense of accomplishment. It enables children to be more resilient in handling setbacks. And it improves relations and allow children to enjoy social interactions. It gives the children a strong sense of their authentic self. Right? So we had some comments in the chat, some very positive comments, awesome presentation, very informative, and ones stood out where we would have shared right across the board when the facilitators were presenting. And it is that parents need to be educated on the topics that are being presented here. and it would allow for children to be more independent, bold, and proud. And it will allow for them to also, we are doing these in the schools, and we're teaching the practitioners how to be resilient and how to impart that on our children. But we also want the parents to continue with it at home. And we just want to encourage the practitioners while we leave today with these very important information. Is just to continue being resilient and continue imparting the knowledge and continue encouraging our little ones to be proud, to be bold, to be strong, just as we would want ourselves to be. Right? Thank you so much for joining us face-to-face and online. We have, in closing, we have our Millie Movers, which is in the Kenneth Rattray room. So feel free to join for that session in closing. And thank you so much for being here today. You have a question? Okay, just a comment?
Yes. So I love the presentation because I think, remember when I look inside mine, I said, confident. First thing I did was confident. Wrong mirror. No, the right hand. The one
for the children.
Yeah, for my children. And you said you have to mirror that. So everything I said in the left hand, I wasn't here for the right hand. But it's the same for me in the left hand. So confident, once the children are confident, believe me, everything is. I teach early childhood and I go to the primary school and I tell at the basic school, just be confident when you go in the primary school, you can just build on that. And so I'm one of those who said in all the sessions that I went to, this session is for parent. And this one is also for parent. And the reason about being parents are the first school. I first teacher. Yes, I first teacher. So we want to get the first teachers educated, so we as the second one have easier work. All right.
Thank you so much for that. One more point to note. Dr. Howell wants to make a comment.
All right. I just want to say thank you so much for that presentation. It was so soothing at the end of the day. And I particularly love the video with that child talking to self. You know, because sometimes as adults, we are so hard on ourselves and we are so imperfect and we are not doing this well. So even as we prepare to mother for the children, as adults, we really have to get in the habit of commending ourselves and telling ourselves what we're good at. Yes, we will know what we're not so good at and what we need to work on. But so important that we have the confidence, we take pride in ourselves and just be happy. I think she said last, I love you forever. I want to be you forever. You know, that is just so nice. And when we get to that place where we want to be ourselves forever, then we are in a better position to really help our children. So thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. All right, I'm going to ask a question, and the person who first answers the question, then you'll get the prize. What object did I use throughout the presentation?
I was waiting for the raise of hands.
Yes, we're going to have the rules, right? All right, so we'll have to give the bad student a prize too. All right? Okay. Name 2 things that a teacher, a caregiver, or a practitioner can use, or a parent, can use to build the children's self-confidence. 2 things.
Okay, so you can use, encourage a child when they do good things. So let's say the child did something good, you actually commend the child, praise the child, not encourage, praise the child, and then not just praise them, tell them why you are praising them, what they did, what is good about it, why they are good. You commended them for that. And also focus on the positives. always focus on the positives. Don't beat them up on the negatives. Always focus on the positives.
And my last question, which strategy did I use to encourage independence and self-confidence? I use a strategy. Pride. Yes. All right. Tell them again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pride. I think it's spelled Pride. Yes.
Right.
That's it.
Awesome. Thank you. It shows that my audience was listening. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you so much for participating. That is the end of this session, Developing Self-Confidence and Independence in Your Young Children. Thank you. See you tomorrow, where we have more engaging sessions. All right? Have a good day.